You all know we're here today because you all at some point have filed an appeal as to the valuation that has been assessed on your property. Um, we, as a board, we do entertain appeals from the tax office. We have to go by what the assessed value is unless you can present any kind of documentation to the contrary to show that your property is different from what has been assessed to be the value of the property. So if you all have any documentation, I would ask that, you get it handy. So, this would be our first time looking at anything you have. So we just ask you to get your paperwork ready. So when you come up, that we'll be able to look at it. We have quite a few cases on today, so we'll just ask that you bear with us. We do not have a lot of time to, in terms of days, to go ahead and get these assessed done. We do understand it, and we want you to understand that if you're not satisfied with the decision of this commission, that you do have the right to file any kind of appeals at a higher level, at the state level. So this is not an appeal hearing of the last review that can be made of your case, but we would just ask you to keep in mind that we as a board, we are obligated to look at the facts, and we have hired experienced assessors to go out and assess your property. So we're just asking that you keep in mind that we do not operate based on our feelings. We operate on fact. And again, if you need to consider too that just because your property may be valued different than a neighbor's and they property may look bigger than your or have more attachments to it, that doesn't necessarily mean that their property is less of a value than yours. We do rely on an individual assessment. We do look at comparables that's in your area. You may have a property looks identical to one across town, and you may think because the values are different, but there's other variables other than looking at the individual house that plays a part. So we would hope that you have contacted the tax office and sit down and had a discussion with them as to the actual value, before presenting today. But we as a board, we're willing to look at anything you have to present to see whether or not the assessment is correct or not. So we're going to start with number one before us, and that's Shirley Julian.
Hi, how are
Hi.
y'all? I am still a little confused as far as why my property is valued the highest, and I live in a development. Please keep that in mind.
Okay, we're just gonna ask that, you speak into the microphone if you need to adjust it, for your height, so that we can hear. And we'll ask you just give your name and give the address of the
Okay.
property in which you want us to review.
Shirley Julian, 104 Bowman Lane. The last time we met, the tax office was saying it was because I had more land. I still disagree. 2/10 is not that big of a difference. But I also pulled some of the other homes in our development, and I am assessed the highest. And I have these, if you could. I also printed out the GIS photo of my neighboring property that's beside me, which has been assessed a lot less than mine, but you can tell their square footage is more than mine.
Yep, just yes. Thank you.
On the first page, I just did a quick insert of what I pulled from the second page, which is actually from Vance County.
Okay, what we have before us is
That's the GIS of my
GIS.
property.
and we have, a list of your different various properties. And then we have the,
Yeah, I just did this, the second page. I just made it real quick,
okay.
quick view of that.
So we cannot look at property based on what you think is worth. This has to be viable documentation, maybe from an appraiser that's saying what your property is appraising for. We can't base our decisions on you looking at your neighbors and it appearing to be bigger because there's
But you
other
see,
factors.
excuse me, but you see, the last time they said it was because of my acreage.
Ms. Julian, if I recall last time when you were here, you specified that there was a residence that was larger than yours. Which property is this?
I didn't even put that on there because she said last time I had 2/10 more than my neighbors.
We'd asked, you based it on the square footage, I believe, during your.
Yeah.
And I believe we asked our people to go back and take a look at the other properties.
Yeah.
So which property would that have been that they were supposed to measure?
It should have been 130 Bowman Lane. That's the second one listed.
Okay, and that was 1,440 square feet.
Okay, so we need, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4. 104, so we just ask whenever you come up, just discuss only the property, one property at a time, based on the address in which you present to us at that time. So examining 104 Bowman Street, do you have any, did you get an appraisal on the property?
No,
Um,
I guess I believe it is fair for her to look at other properties.
Yeah.
And see, based on the review, what she was talking about. Based on what I can see here, the property that she expressed comes in at 103 per square foot and hers comes in at 112 per square foot. So what do you have that makes a difference there?
my question is, when I have, if you look on the first page, it's easier than me going through all those. The properties that have more acreage, and the last one, 117 Windy Court, has more acreage than I do, and actually has more square footage than I do.
but do you know what years these properties were built, were purchased? What years,
117 is actually is a 99.
1999? No, it's not 1999. So you said 117
Windy Court,
the court is, what year is? Mom?
1999.
And what is the year of the 104?
1995.
I'm looking at what she presented to us based on square foot. 104 Bowman Lane is valued, which is her property, I believe. Is that correct? Is valued at $112 per foot. 130 Bowman Lane is valued at $103 per foot. 410 Bowman Lane is valued at $93 per foot. 96 Windy Court is valued at $65 per foot. And 117 Windy Court is valued at $94 per foot. So why is that property higher than the others in the same neighborhood and of similar years? Y'all don't have a
You
microphone?
just stay,
Oh, we had a microphone for them last time.
oh, is there a microphone over there?
I'll share.
Okay, so the difference was that we did a site visit and we corrected the size of the deck so that the size of the deck increased the value.
Did you measure the other properties that we, because I believe that was our instructions at our last meeting.
The other properties? Yes,
Were they verified as correct?
yes.
All right, so what's the difference in her property that makes it $112 a foot when the others, there's one at 103, one at 93, 65, and 94? What makes those differences?
The differences would be the actual conditions of the property. So,
Have any of the tax cards or anything for these other properties?
yes. I don't have extra copies, but.
She just has one copy.
Look, you've got on two, let's see, 130 Bowman Lane, you have a frame deck rate of 1670, and on her frame deck, okay, I see that, okay. I mean, all of these you have rated, that I'm looking at, you have rated as quality C. And that's a standard.
Yes.
It's done. I have a question for the text. Okay. When I'm looking at 104 Bowman Lane and then I'm looking at 117 Windy Court, actually Windy Court has, more acreage. They have more square footage, but yet there's almost a 17,000 difference. But even with the deck, would that justify that big discrepancy between these two different properties?
I'm sorry, what was the other address?
117 Windy Court. And there's only 4-year differences in the age of the property.
Yeah, I can't find the. Yes. Why? I can't find the address. I don't have the property record card.
And even at 96 Windy Court also, there's more acreage, more square footage, but a much, almost 50-some thousand difference. So you can look at those two and tell me what you all were looking at in terms of that big discrepancy.
Thank you. Find this address. Is it?
Madam Chair,
Do you have the parcel ID number? Because I'm not getting that street address in my system.
Does she have the same?
The one for 17 Windy Court.
95, D as in David, 01.
041.
there are 23.
23.
Thank you. Oh. 023. Oh, Wendy. I was spelling it wrong.
Madam Chair, I've taken an average from 130 Bowman Lane, 410 Bowman Lane, and 117 Windy Court, and given them a value. The average per square foot value on those is 96. Those properties, based on what I've seen, look to all be C. If we take that $96, apply it to the 1566 square feet at 104 Bowman Lane, the value comes to 151,380. That would be consistent with the other properties in her neighborhood that are all,
So before we do that, I would like to know what the difference of under depreciation, what MGD versus MAV stands for.
Which part were you looking at, Jonathan?
Ma'am?
What part were you looking at?
If you look on the tax card.
Yeah.
If you look under the listed values for the improvements, it has RCN, QUAL, DEPR, ASV.
Yeah. Okay.
What does DEPR stand for?
BP
D as in David,
Uh-huh.
DEPR. What does that stand for?
depreciation.
And what does MAV mean?
It's MAV is market assessed value.
What is the difference between MAV and MGD?
Oh, I'm sorry. MAV is the average value, and the you said the other one was
MGD.
MGD. Wait a second. Need my glasses. MAV and MGD. Oops.
Should we do it first?
Mm.
What's your recommendation? 150.
Yeah, because I can't see. Okay.
Mr. Carey, have you found anything that indicates any difference?
Yeah,
There's another one, MFR, and all three of the tax cards have all three different descriptions on there, and that's where the values are. Because if you actually look at the property values at the very bottom of the tax card, the 96 Windy Court and 117 Windy Court are actually higher property values than the 104 Bowman Lane that have been assessed. There's a higher depreciation or write down on 104 Bowman Lane for some reason than on 96 and 117. So to me, that's the distinction between all of these, other than the difference in sizes per square foot. They all look to be treated the same, except for that one DEPR description, and that appears to be the one difference between all of them.
So they didn't have a depreciation factor on the 104?
Oh, there is one. They're all just different.
It's just different for the property
So
itself?
I don't know what MFR, MAD, or MGD.
And
I'm looking it up right now because I don't know off the top of my head.
But those are the main distinctions that
Yes.
I see
Yes.
in looking at these.
Do you have a closer picture of the property?
No, ma'am.
you look at the real estate tax bill? Is that where you're searching?
No, sir, I went under GIS, clicked on that, clicked on the tax account, and then went to the tax card for each of them.
Did you Google each of these two addresses to see if there's a difference in what they look like, the appearance?
I didn't, simply because I'm looking at how we've assessed it, and we're presented with three different properties here, more, but I've just been able to look at the three. And so I want to find the distinction in how they're being assessed to see if that's, which is the one piece we're still waiting to find out.
I guess my question to my neighbor that's beside me, they also have a two-car garage on their property. So I'm not understanding.
They have a two-car garage on their property?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the one to the left of you?
Yes, sir.
Jennifer, how much more time you need?
Just a few more minutes. What I'm doing now is I just found it and then I lost it. It's in I'm looking in our schedule of values.
Okay.
And it had it up, I think I found it.
Is this property on the lake? No?
Not far, but not on the lake. Actually, the next state road is Anderson Creek from us, on the right, down south of White Point.
Okay, so you're on the left and she's on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So the market 224 that shows 150% factor is based on various.
Jennifer, could you hold this one to the end since it's taking quite a bit so we can move on? Because we have quite a few we need to look at.
We're gonna have a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
fine.
these, it's got these same.
Yeah, that's fine. We can hold it.
Okay, so we're gonna, if you can, you have time to stay while we look at?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to case number 2, Michael Epps. Is he present today?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My issue is a little bit different from the previous resident that was here. My issue is,
Okay, could you state the property?
I'm sorry, property is 1201 Roanoke Avenue. When the tax assessment and everything came out, I immediately went to the tax office and told them that they had given, for somehow or another, had the wrong year on my house. First, I asked them what was the criteria of how you guys come up with this, and they said it had everything to do with different things. And then they said the age of the house was also included in that. So I said, well, you have the age of my house wrong. They had my house at 27-year difference in the age of my house. And I asked them, could they change it? And they said they weren't allowed to change it. So they sent me to 2 different places, and I went to both places, and both places said, we can't change it. Go back to the tax office. So I went back to the tax office, and they said, well, we can't change the year of your house. It has to be done through somebody else. So if you look, I don't know what you have in front of you, but my house, I have one of the oldest houses in our community. And talking to some of my neighbors, their taxes went up. Some went up $500, $600, $700. My taxes went up almost $1,500. And I have one of the oldest houses in the community. They have listed in the tax office that my house was built in 1985 when my house was built in 1958.
Jennifer, you want to speak to that?
Yes.
Could you step this up?
The only thing that we were looking for is proof that it was built in 1958.
I have it right here. Who do I show it to?
You give it to the camera.
Her? This is the date I purchased the house. You see it, 7604, and it says it's already 46 years old at the time that I purchased the house, which would make my house 67 years old.
Did you bring this earlier?
Ma'am,
Did you bring this to us before?
I took it to the tax office.
You took the tax?
They said there's nothing they could do about it. They said they couldn't change it in the system. They said it wasn't on them to change it. So I said, well, where do I go? And they sent me, I can't remember where they sent me to. And I went there and they said, no, go back to the tax office. So I went back to the tax office. I said, he sent me back here. The lady in the office said, no, sir, we can't change it because we don't get our information. We get our information from somewhere else. That's what they told me. So nobody changed it. And so I ended up having to pay that extra $1,500.
Ain't no way.
Yep. And that's the,
Could this be presented to us so that we can have some idea of what he's talking about?
you can give that, show that to.
You,
So this,
Yeah.
we're the board of,
Copy of it. I don't know.
they have my house. This is the year that I purchased the house. It was already 46 years old when I purchased it. I was built in 1958.
Okay.
And they have me listed at 1985.
Unless somebody transposed the numbers.
I'm looking at the tax card. The tax card reflects that the house was built in 1985.
Yes, sir.
And if it was actually built in 58, what would the depreciation value be different?
Let me take a look here. Let me pull that up.
It'll make a difference.
And they told me it wouldn't. So that's why I asked them to change it.
Do you remember when you went to the tax office and submitted it, Mr. Epps? Right here, it's me. It's okay, it's okay. Do you remember when you went to the tax office and you were told,
Yes, yeah, the tax was due September, so I'm saying August.
okay, August last year? Okay, okay,
And I went back this year in January.
okay, all right.
And again, was any way to change it. And even after I paid it, they still.
Okay.
Let's see.
Tax card? No, she's,
Is that what he?
Leo's looking at it.
Okay. Yeah, we're probably gonna need a copy of it. So. Commissioner Brummett, can you let me know what the year that was again? The year actual year built?
You said 1958?
Thank you. And
Oh, that's not crazy.
we had it in 1985.
Could have.
That's what the time frame.
That doesn't make it right.
No, that makes
That's
sense.
what they did. Why didn't they?
Oh, okay.
What do we have valued up before?
Give me the difference in depreciation, we'll recalculate it.
We had it, it's, right. So we had it valued at 172. Oh. And we had the year built as 1985. Okay.
1958. Mhm.
1958. I bet you
That's a 20, that's a year difference.
I don't know why I didn't take it, but. It would change the value down to $141,887.
What is depreciation percentage for a house built in 1958?
I don't have that information in front of me.
How did you get to the 158 or whatever it was, the one number you came
But
to?
how did I get to the 141?
Mhm.
I changed the year in our system. I changed the year in the system.
Does that change the tax card or are you looking at a tax card format?
Well, yeah, it just changed it. Our system looks like it's just our system. So if I change the year from 1985 and I change the actual year built to 1958, the system gives me a value that changes from 172,730 to $141,887. So
So-
it would change the property record card.
So your system is based off of our schedule of values?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, all right.
And
I just
the
want
new
to make sure.
value you're projecting is what? 141 what?
$141,887.
Mr. Epps, would that, if we were to reduce that, would that be more acceptable to you? Because I see you had put 98, but according to our schedule of values, we have, in giving you credit for the fact, that your house is older than what was originally calculated. It does not go down to 98, but according to, the information we're receiving, it goes down to 141,887 as the actual value that has to be assessed. And then your taxes will be based on that amount rather than the, $172,730.
It's an additional $30,843 of depreciation added to already. You had $34,422 based on the 85-year bill.
And do you know how much that the tax would be, Jennifer?
I can get, I don't have a calculator, but I can get an estimate because I don't know what tax rates are this year.
It's still the same.
It's still, okay.
Mhm.
Is he in the city?
Yes.
You're in the city, okay, then I don't know what the city's doing, but I can do it off of last year.
I think the city is 65,
Yeah, are they staying?
Mhm.
Okay.
proposed to
Proposed.
stay the same. Mhm.
But I mean, we really don't deal with tax rates and stuff. What we're dealing with is the value. Is that value more in line with what you think it ought to be?
Mhm.
I mean, you'd presented a value of 98,000.
Well, yeah,
Value's
I only
440.
presented that value because of that. I didn't get an appraisal, so that's what I
Okay.
presented based on what I thought the house was worth.
Okay.
But my biggest issue was changing the date on the tax card because I knew there had to be a difference. Yes, you're talking about a 27-year difference. So I knew something had to be done. And even when they said to me, it deals with the age of the house. And I said, well, you got my house and you're wrong. And they were adamant about not changing it.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's not their job. I don't know whose job it is. But I was trying so hard to get to the person who's supposed to change it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Epps. Madam
Okay.
Chair, I make a motion that we've moved the value of this property to 141,887.
Anybody say?
Second.
You said 878, right? Or 887?
It's 887.
It's 887.
Yes.
Okay.
I would just need a copy of that.
Of this?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
We have a motion on the floor that we reduce the assessed recommended value from $172,730 to $141,887 based on the fact that the date of the property, the year that property was built was incorrectly assessed. So we have a motion, a second vote. Any discussion prior to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. So the recommendation would be that the property be set at $141,887.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Arnold Briggs.
You want it back, right? Okay, we'll make a copy. We'll give it back to you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Arnold Briggs, it's 3650 Bobbitt Road, Kittrell. The original, I bought this house in March of 2024. The actual appraisal that I had was for 502. In that following August, I got the tax bill for 563. Went to the tax office, tried to appeal. It was already after the time frame. I was told to go back in January. Went back in January. By that time, I had refinanced, got another appraisal. That appraisal went to 504. What I've got listed on a piece of paper right now is 518.
So
And
can we-
I have both appraisals.
Okay. I guess it could depend on when it was done.
He should come back.
You understand? Did you get a copy?
No.
Okay. This is an actual appraisal report. Have you looked at it?
When I did submit the appeal, both of those appraisals were with it.
Where's the appeal? Where's the appraisal? He said he submitted an appraisal.
Oh, yeah.
So you had an appraisal done last year?
Twice last year.
Okay.
Once when I bought it, once when I refinanced.
What day did you buy the property?
March 31st.
When did you go under contract on the property?
March 31st.
The day you went under contract?
I believe so, yeah.
You closed and bought it the same day?
That was the date, yeah.
I mean, you made an offer.
No, we bought it March 31st.
Okay, so when did you make the offer on the property?
February. That was about a month prior.
All right. The appraisal you have that I'm looking at
March 8th.
dated November 13th, and you have another one that was earlier.
That was the secondary one.
Hmm.
That was the secondary one. That was a refinance.
All right, so the valuation date of our appraisals, of our tax appraisals
Mhm.
would be January 1st of 2024. So any appraisal that is done after that date would be at a subsequent market date, okay?
All right.
Now, we do have some flexibility if the property was under contract around the first of the year to do that. So that's why I was asking you that question. February is close, but it's not there.
But still a difference from 563 to 502.
Okay. Okay, this appraisal was done on 3/15 of 2024. Unfortunately, it doesn't show your comp dates as far as what sale date there was on your comparables. Wait a minute.
So I'm gonna ask, Jennifer, between January the 1st and March, would there have been a big discrepancy between the market values?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the house appraised at 502 on March.
15th. Whatever that first 502 is, whatever date that is. I think it's the 15th.
Indicated value by sales price is 502.
I don't.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we change the value of this property based on appraisal to $502,000.
Does anybody second that motion? So any discussion? So motion has been made that the property value based on there being an appraisal and is being represented that was not a substantial difference between January 1st valuation and what would have been on March 25th, that we accept the appraisal that he had performed and change the recommended valuation to $502,000, down from $518,524. So would that be acceptable to you, sir?
Absolutely, man.
Okay, so All those in favor? What you say?
Yes.
Date of the appraisal was March.
Motion has been made, it's been properly second. All those in favor?
On the first piece of paper, I believe.
What's the date of the appraisal?
March.
Not that one, the one you have.
March the 8th.
March 8th.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. This property, the recommended value will be reduced. Have you seen this?
No, I just need another copy of it. I mean, I don't see it among our paperwork, but I just need
Okay,
another copy of it.
I'll give her my copy. I'll give her mine.
Well, I'm not gonna do that with it.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
Oh, either way.
okay.
You- He has it highlighted. He has it
Highlighted.
highlighted.
Mhm.
Kelly said Kelly had that.
No, all right. Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Loretta Williams? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Loretta Williams, 157 Roberts Avenue in Henderson. I've got multiple properties. I am not prepared today to go over all of them. But one being at 157 Roberts Avenue, that value increased over $300,000, which was more than any property on my road. It's just, I would like for you all to take a look at it and see if you can rebail. And you did one time and you dropped it. $12,000.
The original value under appeal was $415,349. I think they've gone back and reassessed it at $402,617.
Right.
What you need to present us something to demonstrate that that value is not correct.
My area, it should be. These are addresses in my area. And then I also printed off these.
You just have one copy?
Ma'am,
You just brought one copy? So did you get the property appraised or you just looking at the tax card?
I think I'm gonna have to go to the next level because I've got 7 properties that I want to look at.
Okay, I guess what you provided here, you can look at it,
You want me to pass it?
see if you see any evidence, anything to, huh?
It's not out.
No, it's tax cards.
She got a comparable, at 138 Roberts Avenue. And her property is at 157 Roberts Avenue, but whereas her property recommended value is 402,000, the one at 138 is at 189. I believe. Could you look at it and see, the reason why that's such a big discrepancy would exist between those two properties on that in that same area?
What's the date of the comp? Oh, never mind, it's tax card.
Let me see. Yeah, the other commissioners.
What was the other address?
138.
138?
So this just a thing.
Yes.
This thing, this is versus 157. So is this accurate? Or
So this, ma'am, the one you gave me for
Property.
138, is there a difference? Is your house stick built with brick or siding, or is there a big difference between,
No, there's not a big difference. My house is brick.
what about the one at 138?
This one is real.
That house is hardy plank, which is good.
The house that she's used, the 130, is 1,300 square feet. Her house, based on the tax card, is 2,128 square feet.
I know that was wrong.
And this one says 57 Roberts Avenue.
Ma'am.
This says 57 Roberts versus
Yeah,
157.
that's, Noah Faulkner's address.
That's a different house.
That's a different house. Okay.
That's still in my, it's across from me.
Okay. I thought that was the one we was looking at for her.
With the value,
Hmm.
even though you got different square feet, you're still talking about almost 300.
Well, it's a lot of other things on that property. I believe, there's a garage.
Not on my property.
On the other, yeah,
Yeah, I don't have a garage.
there was something on there when I was looking at the picture.
I don't have carpet either.
Hmm?
I don't have carpet either.
Okay.
It's just tax card.
It's like, this is not right near there. She's at 400.
It looks like the house on 138 Roberts Avenue was built in 1978.
What's this?
How was it before then?
What's this?
You said
Probably three
her
sticks
house
of wood
was,
on
that
the
house
back.
was built in
1978.
That's the deed date. Doesn't mean it was built in 1978 per the county attorney,
Okay.
right? Is that what you said?
the comparable. I need to, since you don't have the appraisal, you bought comparables. Renee.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you show those documents to the people at the tax office prior to coming here?
I sent everything into the tax office.
But then you didn't actually go in and discuss it with them?
My husband, we just dropped off an envelope.
Okay.
Okay. I got 7 I want to discuss with somebody.
Okay.
She never said something to do that. Is it best for me to go into the tax office with them?
Before coming here.
Can I still do that?
What was the question?
She wanted, she
MAP.
got 7 properties.
M-
And she wanted to sit
Yeah,
down, go in the
this-
tax office.
Oh,
sit down
yeah,
and talk
mhm.
to each
Yeah, you can.
before-
Jennifer, yeah.
I'd rather do that.
She said she would rather do it that way.
I'm sorry.
She wants to arrange a meeting with the tax office to discuss her other properties. Can we
7
can,
properties.
she has several properties. She wants to come in and meet with you all to discuss those.
Okay, we can, but it's past the deadline to appeal.
Are you talking about the properties that you're appealing now?
She has several
Yeah,
properties.
the properties
Oh,
are
she's
those.
already, they're already under appeal.
Mhm.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
then,
mhm,
yes, okay.
right.
She just mailed in the property. She didn't actually come in and sit down in the one and review it, so you all could decide whether or not you wanted to stay where you're at, or maybe give a different recommendation based on the information that they can give you personally.
Okay, yes.
We can arrange that for sure. You can just speak to Miss Williams and we can get you taken care of, okay? Yes, ma'am. Because they'll probably, yes, all yours. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, on the 157, as of the
Oh, those are the other
Oh, that's
ones.
the one that she
Okay.
wants a decision on. The 157, the one.
Here before us now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any appraisal on any of them?
No, in fact, I called, and it was 2 weeks wasn't enough time for me to get a desktop or for them to come out.
Mhm.
It'd probably be in your interest just to go talk to all, like,
Yes, we did.
probably.
You want to do that?
See the increase on all of them.
Yeah, so I would recommend that you go and talk to someone and see, and then, when is our next,
The 17th.
before that date, so to give them enough time.
Mm-hmm. 2
Yeah,
weeks.
we have a deadline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So you meeting up here again on?
the 17th. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so just speak to the tax office, and if you need to come back on the 17th, we can get you on the schedule. Yes, ma'am, you can just speak to her. Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
It is noted that this property comes in at $189 a foot, where the other property that she presented to us comes in at $146 per foot.
Okay, so, her property represents, case number 5.
Starts with 4. 4, it starts with 4.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, the ones that she wants to talk to someone about. So that's,
Madam Chair.
we're gonna put those on hold to give her a chance to go and talk to individuals at the tax office to see maybe something can be worked out before that next session of the board of B&R.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, so that's properties 4 through 8.
And 4 through 9.
4 through 8.
4 through 8.
Oh, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If she can come back, then why is that lady sitting?
Mm-hmm.
Why she what?
If that lady can come back, then why is the other lady sitting here? Can't wait to
Because
come
I think once she got definitions on the stuff that Jonathan was gonna ask before we were gonna do that. So do you have the definitions on case number 1?
Not yet.
She said she would sit here.
The next one is case number 9, which is Hazel Foster and David Foster, who's deceased. Are they here today? David and Hazel Foster. So was proper notice sent to them to be here today?
Yes.
And they're not here, so we're gonna, move on to case number 10, but as far as case number 9, what is the recommendation of the board?
Okay. I think if they're not here to represent, then we have no evidence presented by them. So I would move that we maintain the assessor's recommended value of 131,542.
Second.
A motion has been made that we accept the recommendations for the property at 826 Nelson Street owned by Hazel Foster and deceased David Foster. And the recommended assessed value was $131,542. The motion was made, properly second. All those in favor? Any nays? Ayes have it. So the decision of the board is to accept the recommendation so stated. Thomas Franklin,
Damn. So we didn't have a choice to come to one.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas Franklin, 207 Vincent Hall Road. I've seen copies of other properties compared to mine to the tax office. And I went down there and they said that the girl down there said she can't give them to me.
She what?
She couldn't give them to me. She said, well, somebody up here should be able to show y'all what I had sent in.
When
Ma'am,
did that happen?
probably, I don't know, at least a couple months
Okay.
did I send them in.
So you submitted copies and you went back to the tax office and you asked for the copies that you submitted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't keep copies of what you submitted to the tax office? Okay.
Do we have those copies?
But what I understand is mine went up to $303,000. The road that I live on, when you go in, yes, Mexicans got a shingle business there, and they had put 10 off of the barns all the way around the fence. On the left-hand side is a junkyard, and behind me was a trailer park. But they upped my property taxes to $303,000. I'll be glad to settle with somebody.
So do you have an appraisal?
No, ma'am.
What documentation did he have?
He presented some photos. Do you want me to bring them to you? Do you want to see them?
It says the property has not been updated, renovated, and you changed the property from a C to a C minus due to photo evidence.
Yes.
I don't have anything before me, but this sheet.
That's it. Yeah, can you get the board the copies, please? Do you have just one copy or?
I have, I have one copy.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
You can just give it to Yolanda and they can pass it down. Yeah, you want it? It's just one copy. You want it? Oh. What is some tax card? Thank you. Let me see it for Yolanda. Yeah.
You have a picture showing the outside.
Ma'am.
All of these photos are inside. Do you have
Yes, ma'am.
anything showing the outside of the property?
No.
So I know, you have, your opinion as to what the value should be, but do you have any documents to support why, you believe the property should be different than what the assessors who evaluated the property, based on our, reappraisals on January the 1st of 2024? You have any reason why we should believe that the valuation is different from that?
I don't have anything in writing, but I just don't understand how it can be that much when you got this much, when you turn that road I live on, and you in sight of all of this.
Okay, Jennifer, this evaluation of 303,617, is that based on the revow?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, originally, we had it valued at 315,368, but then he provided photos and we changed the grading from a C to a C minus, and that dropped the value down to 303,617.
Okay, and in terms of any comparables, did you look at any comparables to see why there was a discrepancy in some of the
didn't find it.
properties in the same neighborhood?
Yeah, we didn't find a discrepancy.
Chapel Road.
Okay.
And then 745 Stewart Farm Road.
Okay, as I stated earlier, we can't go on what somebody believes their property should be
Right.
based on the fact that there's no documentation. So we have to go by some kind of documentation to substantiate a change in the assessed value. And this was assessed by our team of hired assessors that we were required by law to reappraise as of last year on January, based on what the property was worth on January the 1st of 2024. And unless you can bring us some kind of documentation to show any kind of change, and based on what you did show,
Still looking.
there's been no substantial upgrades or devaluation of the property. So if we don't have anything before us,
Is this the house or the land? How much land?
Oh, 3 acres.
3 acres. What's the value of the land?
1139.
Okay, I'm looking at the information that the tax office used for comps, and that address is not coming up correct on the GIS. It's an address of 1139 Cary Chapel Road for one of the comparables.
Okay, so M is for manufacturer. So that's X.
so did you, after filing an appeal, did you go and talk to anyone from the tax
Very
office?
good.
Yeah.
Good. Average. But I don't know what FR. Oh, he didn't ask that. Okay.
So you are aware that the property did go down, from 315,368 to 303,617.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
I'm looking at a comp they used of 745 Stewart Farm Road. It's a 1,368 square foot house. C is the grade on it. It comes in at $149 per foot, while this property comes in at $194 per foot. Um, Go back one more time.
Dan, what's the comparable? You said 149?
It's 149, but there's some outbuildings on this property, so I'm going to go back and look at it.
Sir, your property, how many square feet is your house?
1,568.
50 what?
1,568. Once you take they've got you assessed for $44,367 in miscellaneous buildings and stuff on your property. Once you do that adjustment, take that out, it comes to $165 per square foot. And they've got you as a C, which is the same as the property at 745 Stewart Farm Road. What justification do we have for that?
So if anyone has a cell phone, could you please cut your cell phones off? Because this is being taped and, okay, thank you.
For the justification for what, I'm sorry.
You had comparables listed on your worksheet. One of them was 745 Stewart Farm Road. That also has acreage and, but the property here had some buildings on it. There were $44,367 worth of accessory buildings on the property. I deducted that amount, it comes up to $165 a foot. Both of them are rated at a quality rate of C, and the other one comes to $149 per foot. So
So Dan, what does it take it down to about 258?
What was that address? What?
now that property is,
Commissioner Brummett, how are you coming up with, I'm coming up with 149.87 a square.
Hmm?
I'm coming up with 149.87 a square foot for the residents.
I've taken the 303, I deducted the 44,367, and then divided it by the 1,568 square feet. Are you on the?
I just took the building value.
Huh?
I just took the building value.
Well, I included the land and everything with that. To come up
Well, I
with-
think we compare land to land and building to building to eliminate some of the other. If we just take the assessed building value
well,
per
actually,
square foot, that
Okay.
comes out to 149.
okay, so if you take the building value of the other property,
What's the otother property? I'm not seeing that
property is
worksheet.
745 Stewart Farm Road. That was in one of the worksheets she gave us. It's 1,368 square feet. If you take the building value is 131, 003.
Dan, where did you get these worksheets? I don't.
Huh?
Oh, that's what he provided
No,
us.
that's what she gave us, that was part of that was her.
This, but I thought this is what he submitted to her.
That is what he submitted to us.
Okay.
Okay. So is this a true comp or not?
Could you, check and see if that's an accurate comp? The
Yes,
property that they're under discussion, I think it's on Stewart Farm Road,
okay.
and he's on,
Yeah, and it's the information that your office already had. So was it a true, accurate comp?
That one, I don't believe it was, but I have to see it again.
Okay.
I think he's on Vincent Hall Road. Is that in the same vicinity?
Is it in the same neighborhood or does it have the same neighborhood code?
The same area in which you all will look for comps?
Right, because I mean, the first thing we look at is the neighbor, if they have the same neighborhood code.
So it's 528,
They're both 528,
528, one at 18.
528, one at 18? Okay.
They're less than a mile apart. So, Mr. Carey, when you do it that way with just the building value, the building per square foot comes in at $149 per foot on the subject property. It comes in at $96 per square foot on the comparable party. There is 40% depreciation on the comparable property due to age. And 23% of depreciation on the subject property.
I'm not sure that the one at 745 Stewart Farm Road is complete because there is new construction on here. I have a new construction flag where they're doing a remodel of the inside of the house. And it doesn't look like it's complete yet. So I don't think that value that's on there is its complete value because it's not completely built yet, or the renovations aren't completely done yet.
It says on the tax card, it's 100% complete.
Where? On the property record card for 745 Stewart Farm Road?
Hold on, yes, it does. Does that mean it's under construction right now, or was it under construction at the time of the valuation?
It looks like the construction was taking place. Let's see.
Said the house was built in 1954.
It was. They're doing renovations. We have a note in here from April 5th of 2024 that they were doing a remodel of the house.
Which was after the valuation.
Right.
And has not been changed yet.
Right.
So that would be reflective of the January 1st, 24 value.
Right.
Okay.
How you doing? Good, thank you.
So if you're looking at that one, is there another one, that is more reflective of how his appraisal value? And also in terms of square footage? in which he was assessed. That's it, that's in that same neighborhood.
If you take the square footage of the comparable at 745 Stewart Farm Road, back out the excess depreciation, it comes to $122 per foot. $123 per foot. Which on the subject property would come down to 192,864. Bring the property value to 273,231.
So did you look at the other comp to see if it was calculated the same as his original assessment?
One comp I couldn't access, it was evidently there was
Didn't
a
come up as an address.
the address didn't come up.
No, we looked at three comps, so you only looked at one comp? And that's the
I
one
did
that's pretty far
calculations
away.
based on that comp, backed out the depreciation. It's similar acreage. Actually, it's more acreage on the other one. But I used like, attorney said, I used the building values and, did depreciation. And I come up with 273,231.
Okay, is there any motions on the floor or any other further discussions before a vote?
I make a motion that the property be revalued at 273,231.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, motion has been made that, the assessed value be changed from 303,617 lowered to $273,231. The motion has been made, properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So, you can contact the tax office and they can tell you what your new tax value would be based on
Okay.
the decision today.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Samuel Brummett Jr.
That's my brother. I'll just go ahead and disclose that up front. He's agreed to take the amended value that there was a square footage miscalculation on that property. And so he's agreed to do that. And per Kelly, he will go on the consent agenda for our next meeting.
Okay.
So do what? He's gonna what?
Huh?
You said what?
He'll go on the consent agenda for our next meeting.
Okay, Samuel Brummett Jr., he appealed his value of $448,329. The tax office, lowered the recommended value based on information that he supplied to the tax office to 310,920, which we're being informed that he has accepted that recommendation from the tax office.
Yes.
They had miscalculated the square footage by 1,368 feet, I believe.
Because we have a conflict on this one, I would recommend we not put this on the consent agenda, that we hold this out as a separate one so that we don't have any issues with commissioners voting on the consent agenda.
Except on federal funding, it may be a perceived, but it's not a conflict, and I disclosed it. He doesn't live with me.
That's fine.
We actually, since we do have a quorum here, we only need 4 people. If Dan recused himself of hearing this particular one, we'll be able to-
Actually,
Commissioner, and he's correct. He does not have to recuse himself. It is more of an appearance of a conflict, and because he disclosed that, that's fine.
Okay.
So he's not legally eliminated from voting on this, as it's his brother.
Since he's willing to accept the recommended value, is there any motions?
But, so you
You wanna-
still prefer to keep it? We'd like to move it to the consent agenda.
Totally up to you, sir.
I mean, I think that was what Kelly had suggested we do. Let's put it on the consent agenda for our next meeting. That was the tax office recommendation? Okay.
Okay. So,
So we don't need to take any action.
yeah, we're gonna move it to the, we won't be making a decision on this. We'll move it to the regular meeting on our consent agenda. And for the record, Mr. Brummett did disclose his relationship to, this particular taxpayer, Samuel Brummett Jr. Okay, the next case is case 12, Almeida Terry Ayers.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Davis, and this is Doris Kilgore. This in the house is 127 South Elizabeth Street. I did notice an error. We have an appraisal. He's saying that the house is 49 years old, and I Googled, and Google said it was built in 75, but that is an error. We moved in the house in 73. I was 10 and she was 8, and it was an old house when we moved in it.
Okay, did you provide that information to the tax office?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I went downstairs and she said that the system was down and she directed me to the deed of register or something. And she told me that they had no information of that. She said that the tax office should have that. And we do have an appraisal that was did in September 24, and he appraised the house at 53,000. And like I said, maybe they were going on the years too, but that is wrong. We know that that is an error.
Okay, could you show me? If you don't have, we just have one sheet in front of us. We don't have that information.
Okay, give it to who? Thanks.
Now, this appraisal, is as of 9/9/2024. However, when we did the revive, it's as of January the 1st of 2024. So this appraisal is after the, timing which we did consider. Let me see.
I mean, if it's that far out, it's not usable.
Yeah. So this is the only appraisal you have?
Yes, it is. When I came in and she told me, the ladies downstairs told me to get an appraisal, and I did. And what she did tell me that we had to pay the money that was due for 24, and she said they would reevaluate for 25.
Right. And so they've looked at it and we can see what their basis was. They did not change the value.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
It says due to a clerical error, Vincent valuations, a fireplace was being charged incorrectly to the taxpayer's structure. Once
Excuse
updated
me,
in
I'm
the
sorry.
system-
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
It says due to a clerical error by Vincent Valuations, a fireplace was being charged incorrectly to the taxpayer's structure. Once updated in the system, it caused a decrease in value.
Are you saying fireplace? I'm sorry.
That's what it says, yes.
Fireplace?
Yes.
The house doesn't have a fireplace.
Okay, and it still shows on the tax card a prefabricated fireplace for $1,850 value.
It doesn't have anything in that like that at all. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, living room, small kitchen, and that's all. The house doesn't even have central heat and air. It's a little gas unit and an air window unit. And like I said, they say it was built in 75. That is incorrect. We moved in the house in 73, and it was already an older home. We were kids. It was a little old house.
Okay, what, do you have evidence indicating the age of the
Were
house?
you told that there's a different, the
Well-
depreciation would be different because the house was older than what it's showing in your records?
Yeah, we have it as 1975. And looking at the appraisal here, it says that the age of the house is 49 years old. So that's 1975.
By 75, yeah, that's incorrect. Yeah.
That's on the appraisal.
Yeah.
Okay, do you all have
Probably
like a copy of the deed or anything showing?
Well, when I went downstairs, she said that they wouldn't have that information. She told me, she directed me back to the tax office. Again, the lady said that the system was down. She said that wouldn't be on the register of deeds, because like my sister said, when we moved into the house, I was 8 and she was 10, and I'm 59 and she's 62. So that is definitely, and like she said, it has a window, air conditioner, 2-bedroom.
There's
One
no
bath.
value given for heat.
Excuse me?
On the property.
Yeah, I mean, that's just totally wrong. Maybe that's
Guess
why the
what I'm
taxes
getting
are so
at
high.
is that, if you had a copy of the actual deed, the date that you all purchased the property, it may
My mom
be,
purchased it in 80, but we moved in,
Okay.
we rented for a while. She rented for a long time before she was able to purchase it.
so you don't have any documentation showing that it predated the, date that the tax record has?
No, because I just realized that this morning that was on there that the house was built in 75, and I was telling her, and we knew that couldn't be true because we moved in it in 73. And that's when she went down to the tax office. We came and see if they could give us the correct year that the house was built.
Okay, Jennifer, is there any way to, what kind of documentation they may present to you showing that the house is older than what is your record show?
I mean, if they have documentation, yeah, but the only thing we had to go by was the appraisal. And the fireplace was removed.
There was never a fire.
Right, that's why we removed it.
Okay, but
But when you look on the property record card and you have that fireplace, that FP, the one actually, I don't know why our system works that way, but the one is actually 0. There's no value to it. So we took it off.
the tax card I'm looking at shows the total value at $81,584.
Okay, that's,
And the value under appeal is $72,698.
that's the value that's on here. We have $72,698.
Okay. But it still shows $1,850 for a fireplace on this valuation. So these numbers.
That might have been the original.
When did she appeal last year and get an appeal on it? Or what's the what?
Yes, when I went downstairs, the people downstairs told me to appeal it. We appealed it, and she did say that it would not take effect for 24, but hopefully it would take effect for 25.
I guess none of the tax cards I've looked at thus far have reflected any changes. This one, from what I'm reading on the appeal, is, about $9,000 different from what it shows on the actual tax card.
Oh, from our website. Okay. Yeah. If it's from our website, it has not updated. We only update our website once a month. We don't update our website. It's the type of software that we have. It will not allow us to update in real time. So we have to update it once a month.
I understand that.
But-
So we're here to appeal today.
Right.
So there should have been no change in value unless she had been at an earlier appeal date this year. It should have been reflected as whatever the value was when valuation was done in January of '24.
And again, a great mistake is the house when it was built. Like I said, that is a big mistake, and maybe that's why the taxes is so high. Because, like I said, like she said, when we moved in the house, I was 8 and she was 10. So there's no way that house could be what they trying to say.
49 years,
No
50
way.
years.
I guess, like we stated up front, we have to provide evidence that of the age
We
of the
just
property.
realized that this morning when I was looking over it.
So that would be
And I
something that,
Googled it and it still said 75. And I was telling her, so she went to the tax office, but they said
She said that the
the
system was down.
okay, so that part of it is, but I'm having, Mr. Carey, you looking at that tax card?
I'm actually trying to find the deed.
Oh, okay. So you're doing a title search? You're doing a title search?
Parents purchased,
it was our mother. She was a single parent and she purchased, like I said, we rented
that
for
you know from whom she purchased the property.
Lucy Bullock.
Okay, you might want to check Lucy
She's
Bullock.
dead. Lucy's
No,
dead.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
It's gonna,
Look up 1662 Tripp Street.
1662.
Tripp Street. I want to compare something. I lived over there. I built a house on Tripp Street, Jane Avenue.
Yeah, we're right around the
1960
corner
in
from Jane
1965.
Avenue.
16. I'm sorry, you're getting too many numbers. 1662
1662, I think,
Tripp
Tripp
Street.
Tripp. I live one street over.
Yeah, it's Jane Avenue is
Built
right
a
around
house
the corner
in
of this
1969.
street.
Showing tax value on this thing.
okay, I guess my question would be is if,
We're showing value on the bill is 72,698.
you look at from whom she purchased the property, you can do, you can do a, title search that way, and if the house was in existence and it was listed under the previous owner in the register of deeds, that would at least be a predate to what the date you're showing that you all moved in. You understand what I'm saying?
Say it one more time for me, please.
If you go back to the person from whom right, there may be a date on there that may be relevant to show that the house was already there. You know, when it was more so built, or at least in existence, prior to 19.
We're gonna, so do we need to come back to do this research, because we know that it's incorrect.
Let's see what they're saying.
The house was old when we moved in.
So,
We do know that.
yeah. So you do understand, we just need some kind of documentation, and you all would need to do an investigation to see if you can come up with documentation showing.
Or down Bullock Street, Elizabeth Street. Did you stay further down from Miss Carroll?
Moved in
Remember Miss Carroll?
75. Is
Yeah.
what they're saying.
Right across the street. Okay, I know where the house, okay.
Sure did.
Madam Chair, given the discrepancy in the tax card on this property, and also they're wanting to be able to find the age of the property, I'm gonna ask that we continue this, move that we continue this appeal.
I agree.
Second.
Consensus of the board. So, motion has been made that we move this to the next eval day, which is
June 17th, I'm sorry.
June
And
17th.
so if you get with the tax office, they'll make sure that you're all on the schedule for June 17th.
Can we
Okay.
also find out why the difference in the tax card and what we have here on the appeal?
Okay, so I would recommend maybe you get back in touch with the tax office, and then you may be able to work something out, and you wouldn't have to come back if you're able to resolve it.
Thank you. And also, what about this fireplace or something? Is that gonna be taken care of too? I really would.
It's already taken care of. It's already taken care of. And here's your documentation as well. If you want to take this back.
Thank y'all so much.
Mm-hmm.
So you taking note that that fireplace is to be removed?
The one at 1662 Tripp Street, what were you asking about that one?
What's the tax?
The tax value, $109,640.
Okay, next we have case 13, which is Thomas and Jamie Durant. Duran?
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Dorn. I'm at 1030 Dr. Finch Road in Henderson, North Carolina.
You got it.
Hey, how are you? Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I recently had an appraisal done.
The name, your name and the property address.
It's Thomas Dorn, and I'm at 1030 Dr. Finch Road in Henderson, North Carolina. In it first came to light when my mortgage increased $400, and I don't know if it's because of the taxes or the insurance. I'm gonna find out today. But when I looked at the tax card, they were taxing me on 1,800 or correction, they were taxing me on 2,800 square foot. And I went to the tax office and they said it was corrected. But I since on that report, it's still at 2,800 square foot in certain sections. But my main question was, the evaluation was done before the correction was made. I didn't know if that would have brought down the value of the house. That was my main concern. Even if they had fixed it, I think I went in a few months ago and they said it was fixed.
Okay, I see you have an appraisal, which was performed on, as of December the 31st of 2023. We did reeval on as of January the 1st of 2024.
I received
Yeah,
a letter saying that
Yeah.
my appraisal had to fall between these dates. So when I just recently had my house appraised and she did something on the computer where it would have fell in that, I don't know what it was, but
It said in there that it was effective as of 12/23. So that meets the requirements.
So, did you see a copy of the appraisal?
Pretty picture. The value.
So it reflects a 2,772 square feet of property.
I believe so.
Is what the tax value is, and this shows 1,900 square feet
We're good.
of finished area.
That's the rounded off number. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this appraisal is like 8 days earlier, so.
No, man, this is perfect. This, if everyone came in here with this is exactly what we need. Do you disagree with the value of the appraisal?
I disagree with the value of the appraisal because a lot of this, some of the stuff, the roof, it seemed like the appraiser grouped a lot of stuff and with a grade.
So my advice to my board is going to be, he showed up with an appraisal. Whether or not this appraisal is by a licensed appraiser and is proper for your purposes, I'm not sure there's going to be much else that you can be able to present that's going to get it any further than this, sir.
have the pictures of a leaky roof, and all the bathrooms are dated and need to be upgraded, or that's what you go by?
We have an appraisal that's as of the date of when we revalue that you gave us.
What page is the value at? Okay, 340,000.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I move we, change the value of this property based on appraisal as of an accurate, effective date to $340,000.
Second. Okay, the motion has been made, properly second. Is any discussion?
340,000.
There's an appraisal he just gave us, and on the on the appraisal as of December the 31st, 2023, which is 8 days before the re-eval date of appraisal. One day before. So the motion is that we accept, because this was a certified appraisal, that we accept that valuation. And it's been properly second. Leo, you have any additional questions? Okay. So all those in favor say
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
I give
The
this back
board
to you.
has agreed to lower the value from 384.64 to 340, according to what the appraisal that you submitted to us states.
There's a 2-year evaluation period that you can have.
I don't need, but I'll recycle it.
Kelly's got a copy of it. We're good.
You got it. You did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's textbook. Thank you very much.
Okay, William and Tony Terry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tony Terry, my husband William Terry, and he's unable to be here this afternoon. I do have some information. Being a new resident, I'm a little nervous.
That's fine.
But I appreciate your time this afternoon. I come to appeal 224 Bellwood Drive in Henderson. William and Tony Terry are the owners, and since 2020. The home was built in 1995. It's 30 years old. Currently, the taxes have doubled increase in the value of the home. And it has increased from, yes, it has increased from 5,221.34 to $9,714.89, an increase of 4,493.55. And with us paying the escrow in our mortgage, this has increased our monthly mortgage to $819.21 a month. If you will see, I do have the CMA summary report of residential summary statistics for 3 other dwellings that show the difference in the value of the home. I just come here today to see if there was any way. We bought the home for $380,000 and the value has doubled. There are also copies of the tax notices from where it went from 5,000 to 2134, and then the one for 9,000, where the value was assessed at 703,638 when it was first at 318,623. The assessment market value was made at 703,638, which I think that's where the taxes were assessed with that amount.
Okay, did you get an appraisal done?
No, ma'am. I did the comps. The comps are all included in that. The appraisal value that I have is from our mortgage company. It's not an official appraisal, but they have the estimated value at 590, 600.
Okay, what are the comps I'm looking at that you have on your comp sheet don't have dates on them?
They
looking
are
at them.
attached, the original comps with all the stats. If you will look through, that is just a summary sheet, but I have the individual comps for each property attached, including our own. So there is one for 1901 Summit Road. There's one for 2055 Fernwood Way.
Okay, 2055 Fernwood Way closed on 2/26 of 25. Okay, so the appraisal period would have ended on January 1st of 2024.
Okay,
So any property that sold after that, unless it, again, may have been on the market and sold close to that date, would not be an adequate comp.
okay, I apologize for that. Now, the
It looks
230,
like, are you a realtor or do you have a realtor that's provided this for you? This looks like it came off MLS.
yes.
They can actually go back in their search tool and specify closing dates and they can get some valid comps.
Okay. I'm new to this, so my apologies for not being as accurate as possible. Now, the property at 233 Bellwood Drive just sold in May of last year and for $775,000, which is
The house right down the street, so that's the.
That's on the
house.
corner?
That's the
Yes,
Hoffman's
sir.
house, okay.
Mhm.
You're right across from the,
I'm just right up from that.
but you're right across the street from Marie Bailey.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
She's my neighbor. Yes. And we've lived there since 2020. We paid $380,000 for the home. So it was quite a shock for the increase.
Oh, you went to college?
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
I work at Vance Granville.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for thinking I'm in college. I'm 74 years old.
Worked there too.
I'm 74 trying to get out of there to retire, unfortunately.
You're in finance too, aren't you?
Sir?
You're in finance too, aren't you?
No, I am human resources.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I don't know if what else to offer you. I'm just here to ask for a reevaluation of the property. There hasn't been no repairs or upgrades in the property at this time. We bought as is.
So, ma'am, we really cannot change people's property because they feel is not.
I understand that.
So, but if we had some kind of documentation, I know status a property in the area just went for 700, and so that's just like
Yes, that's one of the comps that
right.
I offered you.
And this shows in terms of the assessor's recommended value is even lower than that at 700,000. So that is sort of.
Mhm.
You said it sold for $775, something like that.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on just a minute.
They're recommending.
Yes,
your
it sold
value-
for $775
Okay, and they're recommending your value as 7,002.
and 702.
Yeah, they did go
yes.
down. After the appeal, they went from 703,638 to 702,338.
Okay. I've never appealed before.
Okay.
This is my first time. I've never appealed this before.
What was the basis of the change?
We had a clerical error. We had the wrong number of bathrooms in our house.
So did you notice anything else in your reeval which would have justified a change, such as the year you built or anything like that that we've been saying?
No, I just looked up the comparables that she presented, and the square footage is a lot different. But I didn't notice anything else beyond that.
What's her square footage?
Her square footage was
51.
yeah, about 5,100,
How much?
about 5,100 square feet.
Okay, ma'am, they did go down from 703 to 702. I think it's about a maybe a $600 or $700 difference, between $600 and $700 difference. After you appeal, did you go in and speak to them personally?
No, this is my first time. I've never I submitted the paper application for appeal, but I have not verbally had a conversation in the tax department, nor have I ever appealed the taxes in the past. We've lived here 5 years in North Carolina.
Can she go back and do an appraisal or get something else? I do think it's a little too high from a personal.
Yes.
I don't have an opinion of the value right now, but she looks like she knows a realtor, and that realtor could go back and provide some comps as of a last close date of of January 1st, 2024. And they could go from January 1st, 2022 to January 1st, 2024 and select some comparables. Additionally, she may want to talk to them if there's some disability or hardship programs that we have as far as taxes. So she might can talk with the tax office and see if she qualifies for any of those.
Yeah, I know I'm not of age, and my husband's disabled. He's amputee currently happened, and
Let's don't discuss that here in
Yeah.
public. We'll let you have that conversation with them,
Okay.
and they can guide you in that direction.
but you said I need to get information from the realtor.
It looks like you got information from a realtor here already,
Okay,
but you would want sales that closed between between January 1st, 2022 and January 1st, 2024.
thank you, sir. My apologies for giving too much information.
That's okay. We just don't want to get in your privacy right here in front of everybody.
I understand. I understand.
If you're gonna look at that, in terms of trying to get additional information, I would recommend you talk to the tax office to see, and if, so you make it work it out with them, if you qualify for any exemptions based on age or based on disability, you may want to speak to them, and they, or if you can come up with some additional information to justify, but we just can't change it just because you feel like it should be lower.
Understood.
And what is the pleasure of the board?
Do you think you'll be able to get that information in the next 10 days?
Yes, I will expedite that as quickly as possible.
We
Yes.
continue that?
Yeah, we can continue, if that's the consensus of the board.
For the 17th,
Yes.
would that be the
Yes,
date,
ma'am.
ma'am?
That's our next meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Evidence you have is that just your dates are wrong. You've done a good job as far as
Yes, sir.
information, but the dates
All
are
right.
wrong. Okay.
So I'll get that information and then. Is there anything else I need to fill out to have another appointment or no?
It probably would be good if you can talk to the tax office and see if you can resolve it, and then you wouldn't have to come
Oh,
back.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
If you can
Thank
resolve it,
you.
You don't have to come back, but if you can't resolve it, you wanna, and it's your desire to appeal back, then our next date is gonna be the date.
Okay. And I think you guided me the year before I was too late of what to do. I think I called you and I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Is this everything I need?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me. Okay.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, the next is Crystal Cash. It's Crystal,
Good afternoon. How are y'all?
we'll find her, you.
My name is Crystal Cash. Address is 999 Julian Smith Road, Henderson. I do not have an appraisal. I was unable to get that. I sent pictures of the property to the tax office over a month ago, and I have past papers where I paid and then where the increase changed. And I was just really confused about it, so, yeah. Yeah, my home's a 1990. I've been there over 30 years, and the only repair in recent years was my roof because I had wind and hail damage. But other than that, no improvement, no nothing.
Did you receive the pictures and evaluate those pictures?
And I do have a few pictures here on my phone also,
So
if
you
needed.
presented pictures to the
I
tax
did.
office?
I emailed like they had told me to. I did. They
They
said
don't
I
have
could
anything,
email them to
Jennifer?
them.
So the tax office saying you did receive them?
You said you emailed them?
I was given an email address. Yeah, they told me tax office at vancecounty.org. That's where I sent it. Yeah.
Okay, that is our email address, so, yeah.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay, because I see you have, your opinion of value is $494.
That was up until last year, and they more than doubled the property taxes, and the value almost tripled what it previously was.
Use the tax amount rather than the appraised
My
value.
mistake, yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
That,
So what's your opinion of the actual value of your home?
My opinion of the value they have it now, there is no way it is by, I have too much ill repair to do. I'm now by myself. I don't mind telling this. I lost my husband a year ago, so I have the only income. It has affected the escrow on my mortgage. I still owe a little over 16,000 on my mortgage. But I had to come try.
can you
Excuse
have
me.
some pictures?
I do. I have a few here. Yes.
I can't get into WSA.
This is very few. The rest of them, you just scroll that way. Yeah, it's only a few. I sent more to them.
Or you can scroll those back.
Tell them. Mr. Carroll? Hi. I found those, I found those definitions for you. Okay, so the letter M in the, oh, sorry.
Let's wait until,
Oh, no, you're fine.
You,
Yeah, go.
Huh?
That's the drive.
okay.
Okay, let me see. Yes, that's the first one.
I just want to see the house.
See, you can scroll that way.
This is the house here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm in the bedroom.
Three bedroom, 2 bath.
You don't have any interior pictures, do you?
I don't.
Okay.
it's just external.
I have a lot of, which I can get.
Okay.
I was unable to do the appraisal.
All right. Based on me viewing the pictures, it looks like the house is currently rated at a C. It could possibly be graded less than that. Maybe, the deck is in disrepair.
Okay.
And, so if we could change the depreciation to a D, maybe?
A D?
Mhm.
Okay.
I would recommend someone go back out if you're gonna change that to see what it should be.
To a D, maybe?
I think you all office is better equipped, even though Dan is in real estate, the rest of us not.
Right.
So I believe, I would like to have, this is what you all are paid to do. I would like to see what the recommendation would be.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably need to see the pictures because I don't have access to our folder that holds the photographs. It's not letting me in, so I can't see the photos.
Okay.
So
I would recommend you get in touch with the tax office, speak to them and see.
Okay. This is the shed in the back.
That's the only one that's good. The other two came in.
Okay.
I've got to get somebody to remove those.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the two that aren't any good.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I can lower the value to a D just based on that deck, the deck
D.
alone. The deck and the some of the outbuildings are in disrepair.
Okay, so have you calculated how much it would be with?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
she can do that.
Do I need to have a seat or just wait?
Tell you the value in just a second.
Okay.
And we can make a motion.
If I changed it to a D grade, it goes from 116,484 to $103,074.
Okay.
Okay, based on, you understand what she just did, based on the depreciation?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be reduced by 13,000. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. That's better than nothing, better than I expected. Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there any motions?
That value was 103,074.
Yeah, let me.
I move that we change the value based on depreciation or based on quality to 103,074.
74. Yes, sir.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So it is the recommendation of the board that it be reduced to 103,074.
Thank you very much.
You can contact the tax office and they'll tell you how much, based on this valuation, assessed value, how much your taxes will be.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
You want to go back? I think Jonathan's got the answers for the first one.
Yes, Jennifer's ready. She has the answer to the first one. There were some abbreviations that Jonathan wanted her to identify, so she has that.
Okay. Can you read it back for
Miss
number one?
Julian.
Julian, Shirley Julian.
Thank you.
Okay, so Jennifer, we're ready for that information that you found.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, the M in the front is for basically a manufactured home, and the next two letters are the conditions. So the MGD is good, and the MAV is average.
Mr. Kerr, was that consistent with the comparables we were looking at?
This was just looking at the only distinction between the comps, which was the houses in the neighborhood. And so that's like 130 Bowman Lane. That was average. 96 Windy Court. That's MFR. I believe that's fair.
Mhm.
And then the subject one was, I believe, good.
And what about 117 Windy Court?
Which one?
117 Windy Court.
See, I may have closed that.
We have that one as average. Average.
Average. And fair was that one. 410 Bowman Lane was
So it's 104, is that a manufactured home or is that a street built manufactured? And 117, when the court that you have on here, is that also manufactured?
The only one that's not manufactured is 85 Bowman Lane. That's a modular.
Okay. And so I had asked you earlier the difference between 104 Bowman Lane and 117 and 96 Windy Court, because there's a big discrepancy, even though they have more acreage, more square footage than she does.
I'm sorry, 104 Bowman Lane, and what was the other one?
It was 96 Windy Court and 117 Windy Court.
Oh,
And her property is 104 Bowman Lane. And hers is value, says value higher than the other property. Especially 96 Windy Court, which is,
96 Windy Court.
uh-huh. I would say due to the
We have,
discrepancy.
I think it has to do with the condition. We have this one as fair.
Excuse me.
The condition at 96 Windy Court, the condition of the mobile home, I'm sorry, the manufactured home is fair.
Hers is a better.
Is hers fair also?
No, good.
Good, yeah.
all of these are from a quality show in the C range.
The quality is showing C range, but this depreciation factor is, like I said, is the difference in the in the buildings. If you go to the real estate, the land, the subject property is actually valued less than any of the other parcels that we've been looking at today. So the distinction is this appears to be the highest rated condition-wise of the other properties.
Even though it's not completely cleared off.
But they're saying it's your property's in better,
No, the dirt, you said not cleared off. So the dirt, you're right. Your dirt is valued less than your neighbor's dirt. The land is valued less. I guess because it's not cleared off. But if you look at the valuations,
And then I also have Duke Energy power lines, which they have the right of way.
so your property is, looks like adjusted at 76 and a half. So your buildable lot, the land rate is $27,000 for everyone. You're taxed at $2,655 for the value. And then the balance of your land, the 0.45 acres, is at $67.51 an acre. And after you work out the adjustments, it's $23.23 tax value. If we go to 117 Wendy Court, again, that's a $27,000 rate. After the adjustments, that's actually at 24.3. So right there is two or three, maybe 4,000, about $4,000 difference just between you and 117 Wendy Court. And then the balance of their property, which is a little bit more than yours at 0.55 an acre, that's actually at 33.41. So that's taxed at a higher rate as well. So the difference and the distinguishment that I can tell is this depreciation of average value of good or fair between all these other properties.
So what it's saying is you took better care of your property than they did.
I
Your house.
disagree. My neighbor's property is awesome. Theirs is awesome. I don't,
Looking at the age, is 4 years difference in 130 and 104. 104 being the.
I'm the oldest, literally.
Which is,
You all have been back out there, is that correct? To look, reevaluate,
And there was no,
and you believe this is the proper assessment?
yes.
What's the pleasure of the board?
still doing numbers.
Thank you.
She's appealing her individual property weighed against these right here, right?
Right.
And y'all are finding that hers is better in shape than the rest of it?
No, I've always have two cars.
Yeah, they found that her property is in good condition and a lot of the other ones is in either fair or poorer condition. Because see, they're older homes, because 1995, 1999, so they are older homes, but she's taking good care of hers. So that makes a difference in the value of the
Mr.
building.
Brummer, tell me from a real estate standpoint, when you're in the neighborhood and the rest of the property is undervalued, doesn't that affect the value of your property?
That's it.
Let's see. Well, let me get my numbers here before I get confused.
As much as I could have $1 million home and the rest of it is less than mine, that's gonna affect the value of my house. Isn't that what you're saying, ma'am?
basically, we should all be about the same.
According to what Attorney Kerr said, it's basically, if you're looking at the land itself, all of them were basically the same in terms of the valuation.
The
But
land
other
itself is
property
all the
just had a
same.
lower, she had a lower depreciation. Her depreciation value was higher than theirs, and that made a difference in the amount of taxes based on the condition of the building. And is that based on the information, the system computes that, they don't compute it themselves, there's a valuation system, once you put the depreciation in, it tells you the value. Do you actually live in your home? So the other property, to your knowledge, are they occupied by homeowners or renters?
Homeowners.
When I look at the property itself, we've got hers appraised at $99 per foot. 130 Baldwin Lane is appraised at $75 per foot. And 117 Windy Court is appraised at $78 per foot. So there's a minimum of $22 per foot difference in the calculations.
What values are you starting with the figure per square foot?
I use the building value that's on the top right of the text.
For the building value?
Mhm.
Okay. And so but if you look at the numbers, the only difference is the depreciation number.
I understand
The
that.
the valuation is all the same amount for each of them based upon what's on there.
And the quality of them all is C.
What is her rate, her number? Most of the others is a C, what is hers?
They're all Cs.
They're all Cs.
Hers is C too.
But the depreciation amount is manufactured home average, good, or fair.
But when you've got similar quality, or the same quality as what you've got listed, then I have a problem finding $22 a foot.
I guess my point, Commissioner Brummett, is you're including other factors in there that one doesn't have versus the other in those amounts. I think that the distinction and difference needs to be looked at just the valuation of the home versus the difference between baths and reverse cycle heat pumps and covered porches and masonry stoops and all the rest, that all these have different amounts and different values.
So I guess if we apply,
At the end of the day, it would be very helpful for the tax office to be able to explain what the difference between the C rating, the quality versus the depreciation, and what the amount is that makes the difference. I think at the end of the day, Commissioner Brummett, that's what we're all trying to figure out.
That's correct.
Jennifer, can you provide that information? Clarification, please?
Yes. Yeah. So, are you looking for like a definition of what,
Take a break.
as far as the
Call-
C, as
call
far as the
recess.
grades, or?
What were you gonna do?
Oh. Okay. You want to take a break? Hold on for 1 second, Jennifer. 5 minutes?
yeah.
Okay, 5-minute break. It's 5 minutes. Sorry. Jennifer.
You calculating over here. You live in the neighborhood, you compare everything in that neighborhood. And the difference between hers and the lowest price in the neighborhood is $35,000. But what I'm
And
saying
then they
is,
went out
but
and looked at hers and upped it because of the debt, the size of the debt.
Right, so what I'm getting
we're
at,
trying to
and what
sell
I'm trying to
what's going
avoid
on this lane
is
right
this
here. The
generalization.
difference in this and this
He's
is
not acknowledging the
$35,000.
different.
Where you at?
So, you know, if she was trying to sell in her neighborhood, she couldn't get more. This price affects that price, doesn't it?
I mean, I've done it 14 ways. If you go in before my thing is, I think Jonathan's hung up on this market depreciation stuff. These houses are all within 4 years old of each other. All of them are rated C as far as quality.
Okay.
So the depreciation factor, I don't believe there's room to do that unless somebody $200 pieces.
So what are you looking
So
at?
I go back to,
What should we, what should she?
I go back to, if you look at this one's $75 a foot is 130 Bowman. $78 a foot is Windy Court, and $99 a foot is there. If it is a higher value, I mean, I wouldn't go any higher than $80, $82 most.
What would you bring it down to?
Well, $82.
What would you bring her?
So 82 times 1566. 412. All right, so you take.
You have to land in it, right?
You take the total value they've got right now, which is 179,065. Take away the 155,637 equals, and then add back the 128,412.
It's more square.
You come up with 151.
Even those, and then it's still, it's like $50,000.
$82 a foot.
Yeah, that's.
So you didn't, I was just doing it, because I came up with about one, that it should be about one.
But all of them.
Probably, I was saying, I was figuring out 160. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I said $82.
I basically, you know that real estate and everything, so, you know, I think it's, you got marginal mortgage government based on the street, that it's 176 is too much.
Yeah.
And they all.
That's why my numbers come up.
Okay.
That's
If y'all are good to go with it, I'll present.
So you have, look, so it's in line, the C is in line, and.
Okay. You want to ask Carolyn, did she come in?
Well, what that lady who was here for 703, what
Yeah.
Greg's house, this is just personal, Greg's house,
We good, 'cause we
which is
got
down
time,
the
we got
street from what
time.
and everything.
And we
This,
only need four.
this is what she said the value is, that right there.
Go
But
15,
there's
go
a
to
difference in
full range of
1,500 square feet, but 1,500 square feet shouldn't be over $2,000, should it?
So that's her square
That's
feet.
her square footage.
I don't know what's
No, that's
Greg's.
Greg's square footage,
Okay.
and this is her square footage.
Okay, so wait a minute. So we got 703,638 divided by 5307. Okay, so that's 3258. And you take
Right on that, right?
483,101 divided by 3757.
They was trying not to have the glass.
28.
See.
Okay, for grading increase.
I mean, what, that's $10,
Can be
well,
used.
$4 difference per foot. I don't know if she's got a brick house or it's higher.
Well, his house is brick on the side, and then the section is manual. Her house is board plus stone in the front and everything.
So it comes to
They're looking
$4.
at
That's
is
pretty close.
So what would that wind up being? What was, is this value too high?
No, the value's about where it needs to be.
Because the house down the street from the hospital.
But we can't just-
House on the market for
they're not-
$1
The
million.
C is average quality.
And then it sold for 700.
So
No, but this market, at the end, those houses are hot.
but they're
The
looking
old
at
price, I think,
like,
I think
we have
they
C
paid more than the
for
value.
quality for all
They-
of them,
They paid more than
but
what
the
the value.
numbers are slightly.
That lady's not gonna be off.
And they wanna know
That
why
lady's not gonna be
the
off
Cs
far on the
are
value.
different. That's what they're looking
the
for.
question again.
But she said a payment went about $900 a month.
I saw escrows.
Who's looking
I
at?
still
But that bill.
In a minute. In a minute.
Mhm. No,
Oh, you think?
The building.
Mhm.
Other houses are at $78, I'm gonna recommend we go $82 for.
So let me go into our,
Give you the numbers, we'll get
I'm gonna
back.
go to our website because
Well, you don't finish this today.
no, because I mean, we're,
Girl. This is, when we come, we will never have this discussion.
I know.
They always wait. They hear, take it,
Mhm.
and then you make a decision.
Right.
After.
Let's see. Real property. Okay, so hers is 104 Bowman. Oh my.
We is not gonna finish. We is not gonna finish.
We're gonna be here at 6 o'clock.
Oh.
Yolanda, we're gonna be here at 6 o'clock. Everybody at 6 o'clock. Still got over 30 cases.
Yeah, 'cause we not even halfway through.
That's what I know. We got 46 cases.
What's the deadline on this?
No, we don't, we got more 46 cases. Lord have mercy.
We not gonna get through this today.
Come on home. I'm getting ready to go. They'll throw it all on. Then y'all can't vote, right? Bye.
Miss Payne got a hearing. I mean, she got a telephone.
Somebody's gotta go
At
at 4:30. You gotta go at 4:30. She gotta
Four
go
of
at
us.
4:30. She's gotta call it 4.
117.
I can leave me and Yolanda here to handle it on.
We can't, because we need a quorum, don't we?
No, you got a quorum established in the first meeting. We have 5 people.
Oh, sure. That's all degree work today.
I did not.
Let's see.
Go home and leave me alone. Come on. I got to get reduced.
All right, let's get this show moving.
Okay. Everybody back? Yeah.
You gonna do a half pay
So depreciate. Can we go back to that manufactured?
So, yeah, we go ahead and start now.
That page 40.
We're back in session.
Madam Chair, based on what information I've calculated here, I feel that the quality rating of C is comparable with all of these properties. Based on that, I would like to recommend a value of $151,840 based on calculating these similar properties in the neighborhood.
Second.
A motion has been made and properly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So the property, will be reduced to reflect, the same valuation standards as applied to the other comparable property in the area, and so your property will be reduced. Have you figured out that amount?
It went from, the recommended assessor value was 179,065, and we'll recommend to change it to 151,840.
Thank you very much. I know y'all are tired of seeing me.
Thank you. Thank you for being persistent. All right.
Commissioner Brumman, can you give me that amount again?
We'll fix it, it's in the letter.
The amount would be 151,840.
840? Thank you.
840. There we go. That put me in charge?
Yeah.
Guess I'm the past chair, whatever.
Yeah. I'm coming back by you. Go.
Okay. All right, we'll continue on. Next up is Patsy Briggs.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hello, ladies, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
I'm kind of hard of hearing, so I'm gonna be talking loud. I want everybody to hear me. About deaf. I'll say a few words for Patsy here. First of all, I don't envy your jobs at all. I've sat here and listened to enough. I wouldn't want to be in your chair, any of you. But this lady right here, her and her husband worked for just about 50 years. They never missed a click, full time, raised the children, worked hard, and they got them a little place. Paid for it. Nobody paid a dollar. They paid for the place. All right, I'm gonna shorten this because I know this thing's been drug out a bunch. Her previous assessment was $140,000. Then this guy rides down the road. He's a professional. Rides down the road and looks at it. Doubles the value plus 54,000. Raise it from 140 up to 334. Does that make any sense? Her husband, by the way, I'll tell you all this. 15 years ago, her husband got lymphoma and died a horrible death. She dealt with that. And now in the last 4 or 5 years, she's got a 95-year-old mama that she's having to take care of. Plodding along through life by herself, taking care of her old mama. Inflation, the price, all of us know about the inflation, the stuff going up higher and higher. She's dealing with all this. And then this gets plopped on her. It just makes no sense. From 140,000 to 334,000. I did a little research myself. I'm not educated. I'm right good with common sense. I went around the county and compared some places, talked to some folks. I can see it going up. You know, it's sensible. From maybe 140,000 and to my opinion, and I'm pretty close to right, around 215 to 220,000. That's an $80,000 increase. I hope you folks take into account. Look, the county is full of little old widow women like this that's plodding along by themselves, and they can't afford it. They just can't afford it. It's just getting harder and harder on them, and she's trying to take care of her little old mama. My sympathy goes, I appreciate if you guys take a look at what I'm telling you. Take that into account. Thank you now. Oh, by the way, Pat said she was unfamiliar with this completely, and she thought she was going to meet with one person, one-on-one. She had no idea. And most of I'm speaking for most of the people. They're not comfortable being in front of a crowd, in front of a microphone. I'm not. She's nervous. I'm irritated. Because, and I'm speaking for 10,000 people in the county. I'm not irritated, I'm angry, as are, you already know. You folks already know how the people in the county feels about this. You know, anyway, do what you can for this little lady.
Good afternoon. My name is Patsy Briggs. I live at 2199 North Lynbank Road. Like he said, my house is almost 50 years old, and it has doubled plus 54 more $1,000. And like I said, I'm a widow. I live on Social Security, and I just don't feel like this is correct. I don't think it's fair. I tried to talk to Miss Brooks in the tax office. I called several times and they told me she was out in the field and she did not take appointments. So I could not talk to anybody or did not know who to talk to after I was told that. Finally, after about the third or fourth time I called, I think she did return my call and told me that she had a lot. They had a lot of these to go over and they would contact me, which they did. They said I needed, with the letter they sent me, they said I needed to bring comps from 22 and 23, which I have here, but I apologize. I did not make individual copies and I did not get an appraisal because I didn't, like I said, I couldn't talk to anybody at the tax office and didn't know what to do. So I'm just here on my behalf asking, and I do have the comps. And I'm sorry, I should have gotten individual copies.
It's all right. We'll look out.
I was also told, I'm doing this for my mom too, because like you said, she's 95 years old. But I was told at the tax office when I carried her appeal or got the appeal paper and I was told to fill it out and they would look at it. And if there was any difference whatsoever, that they would send her a check in the mail for the difference. That's not what I've been told about all of this. So why was I told that at the tax office? I don't remember the lady's name, young girl that told me that, but she did. She said, if there's any difference, what I said, you mean they're going to send her a check in the mail? Because I knew I couldn't get a check in the mail. And she said, yes. And I know I tried at least 3 or 4 times to get an appointment with Miss Brooks. And they told me,
But your mother, is that the same property as your mother's is your mother a different property?
yes,
A different property?
yes.
Are you appealing that or for your mother, you're not?
No, I'm doing mine today. I'm just telling you when I did, the girl at the tax office told me if it was any difference that they would send her a check in the mail. That's not
I guess what I was
correct.
saying, if you paid too much and the tax was low, they'd send you a check, right?
That was the opinion that I got.
If she overpaid, then they would automatically send her a refund.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I was told at the tax office. And that was not my opinion of what would happen if I got mine lowered or whatever. I didn't think that haven't been told that I would be sent a check in the mail. So to me, that was very incorrect to start with. And every time I went to the tax office, they told me I couldn't talk to Miss Brooks. She was in the field and she did not take appointments.
Look at those ones. Going through the rest of it. That's 22.
So what does she got residential, so. What's her address?
Yes, 21.99. Land bank. She don't have that listed here.
These are comparable. These are comparables over.
But not in the same neighborhood though.
Big foot, so it's
And that's this.
Andrew Drive. Where's her? What's her plan?
21.99. Those are comps.
What's the valuation?
That's
Right here.
Yeah.
It's 22.
So it's the same thing we see right here.
Okay.
Office.
What was the average price per foot on comps on that
Yeah,
sheet?
underneath my desk. Okay.
On the right-hand side down below. Which is, right, what's 125?
125.71.
125.71. This right here is 127. So these are the 23, so 127, if we used 127. You just have those right there. 23.
What you get?
This 23.
Okay.
You finished with this one? Give this one.
Johnson, just all he's here for his legal advice.
Oh.
What makes a decision.
Oh.
Good job about this. This is what she ended up.
So the average per square foot of both of these, I used 127. That was 125, and the other one for the 23 was 127. So I used $127 a square foot, 1,764, 224, backed out to 315, comes to 253, 778.
You gonna recommend that?
I will.
You okay with that?
All right. What you provided is comparables for these from an MLS search. These properties look pretty similar to yours. They're brick homes like yours is. And based on the calculations of their per square footage, I've gone and calculated it. Their sales price was average 127 per square feet. Yours was originally calculated at 178. Adjusting that calculation, 1770 feet, it would change your assessed value to 253, 778.
what, 250?
to $253,778.
Has the tax office had an opportunity to review these comps?
No.
I would make a recommendation that we allow our tax office to review and provide us feedback on their opinion on these comps.
I mean, they're all within the thing. I'm very familiar with the properties.
Again, I would make the recommendation that we allow our tax office to review these comps and provide us with guidance if they believe these are comps and they're accurate.
I had a realtor to pull those up. I didn't do it. I had a realtor to do it.
I understand, but I would like for our employees to review them and be able to give the commissioners feedback on what you're presenting.
Okay, do you do that here or do I have to do that
No,
because I
look at
couldn't get an appointment with anybody?
Get them look at it.
They got it.
Give that to them, let them look at it, and give us our opinion.
So the last time we met, I thought the tax office was going to be reaching out and meeting with each of the folks who have appealed. Did that not happen?
No, not to me.
To all of them, or? I
So
don't-
you guys have not met with any of these appellants and attempted to resolve their issues?
Yeah, we reviewed their information, and if there was any information that we had or changed, we would send them out letters. But as far as meeting one-on-one, no.
So I got a question. So have you all ever met one-on-one with appellants?
No,
Okay, so the tax office has never done that.
we generally don't do that. We
Oh.
usually talk to them in writing.
Okay,
That's how we usually communicate.
okay. But if someone were to request to come in and have a one-on-one meeting, you all will honor that.
Yes.
Okay.
They did that last year when we had our
Doing
assessment.
reval. Mhm. Is that when Vincent
That's when-
Valuations?
That's when Vance Evaluations was there to help us.
Okay, and so right now you only have how many appraisers
One.
that can do that? Okay, and so the appellants would sit with the appraiser as well as, okay.
During our reval, the appellants would sit with Vance Evaluations, and they had appointments set up, but we don't have Vance Evaluations anymore. We only have one appraiser.
So I would recommend you having a conversation with the tax office. And you all want to defer her to the 17th as well? Okay, so I'll let you go with your guidance.
Because a lot of times it's different when somebody gives you documentation than you sitting down with that individual, because they can give you additional information that may make a difference.
Right.
And we wouldn't have, so it could eliminate some of these
Thank you.
appeals coming before us, because right now we got 48 itemizations on here, and we not gonna even be able to reach all of these today. But if some people go ahead and meet with you all and it's resolved, then it doesn't have to come before the board and hold these people up all day.
Right. Yeah, that is understandable, but like we only have one appraiser.
What do y'all want to do?
So
Y'all okay moving forward?
But sometimes,
yeah.
please weed out who needs to
Yeah.
talk to the appraisal,
We've been doing
and
this all day.
there may be other staff that can take care
Okay.
of some of the other issues, just like the man with the information that it was
We've
just
been
a
doing
wrong
the same
year.
thing all day, and that won't
That
change.
some of those may be resolved and they don't have to come up here, and because it's taking up a lot of time that we have as well. And then we are posing questions that if you met with them individually, you may be able to shed more light to some of the questions that we may have. Okay, ma'am, what I would do is recommend it, because there's some comps that you provided, and the tax office has not had an opportunity to review those comps to do a comparable as well, so that when we are looking at it, we have all of the information that we need to make a proper assessment.
Madam Chair, these individuals have come here and they've said a long time today. I believe we've reviewed this information, and so I'd like to make a motion that we approve this appeal in the amount of $253,778.
Okay, the motion's been made, it's been seconded.
3778.
This is Ms. Briggs.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? By unanimous vote of the board, it's been approved that this amount be reduced from 344,871,000 to 253,778 to reflect the comps that's been provided by the taxpayer. So your matter is resolved, so you wouldn't have to come back.
So that's 253,000.
253,778.
And you can contact the tax office and they can tell you what your new tax amount is gonna be.
Can you give us a copy of that?
We need copies of.
Ronald,
Oh, actually.
Ronald Fuller.
Also, yeah.
Thank you. Is Ronald Fuller here today?
We'll plug that in.
Okay. It's just,
So can we continue him?
Continue.
I would continue that because some people didn't anticipate us being here as long as we are here either.
Okay.
So we may have had something scheduled. Okay, that's case 16. The next case, Faye Orr. Is Faye Orr here?
Oh, yeah, she isn't coming. She agreed with the value that so we came to an agreement.
So we're gonna put her on the consent for next
Yes.
meeting.
That'll move to the consent agenda. Elvis Harris.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just these two. What are you doing? Take two pairs down. Oh, it's the whole spectrum.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. Let's see. Elvis. Okay. Hello. My name is Elvis Allen Harris Jr., and I live at 2509 Sims Avenue. And dear sir or madam, I'm writing to formally request a reconsideration of property tax assessment for my home located at 2509 Sims Avenue. This house holds deep historical and personal significance for my family. It was built between 1948 and 1950 by my father, Elvis Harris, using timber from the family farm, which was granted to him during the creation of Carl Lake. He and his brother personally harvested the wood, which was then milled in Durham. My father constructed the house himself during evenings and weekends, a true labor of love. My family and I have lived in this home ever since. Over the years, several additions were made to accommodate elderly relatives, including my parents, who both spent their final days in this house. I am now 72 years old and continue to work while caring for my wife, who is 81. We hope to remain in our home for as long as possible, but the recent assessed value does not reflect the true condition of the property. It is an aging structure in need of significant and costly repairs. At its current assessment, the associated tax burden is difficult for us to manage. I respectfully request a reduction in the assessed value of the property, which would allow us to apply the savings towards much needed repairs. This would greatly increase our chances of staying in our home during our retirement years. I appreciate your time and consideration in this matter and hope you will take into account both the historical context and the current condition of the home.
Did you provide comparables?
Excuse me?
Did you provide property to compare to in your area?
No, ma'am.
And
I would like to get an assessment on the current condition of the house.
His house is currently rated as a quality C. I believe the photos that he has will indicate that it has some opportunity to change that classification. We want to share those with our tax people.
So what do we do? We're going.
I'm thinking that we ought to change the classification of the quality on it.
have you applied for the, are you a veteran?
No, ma'am.
We do have a senior,
I'm sorry, ma'am.
we have a senior exemption where you can apply based on your status as senior citizen to get the property potentially reduced based on your age. Have you applied for that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you may want to do that. Talk to the tax office about getting the price reduced since you are a senior citizen. You
Okay.
may qualify for that, so that may make a difference.
Is there an income?
There it is.
Income?
Yeah, it is income.
Is there a requirement if you make too much money?
Then you wouldn't be eligible.
Okay. Well, would it help if I got an assessment from a real estate agent?
No, sir. What we're working on it right now is changing what you've asked for is you've shown that the home is in disrepair. And so she's evaluating that right now and going to give us an idea of what we might want to do.
Okay. Well, I sure do appreciate all y'all said. Like you said, I know you have a thankless job. Oh.
Mr. Harris, how old is the heat and air system in your house? How old is the heat and air system in your property?
I have a mini split in a bedroom and air conditioning and one unit in the rest of the house.
There's no central unit in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. That's one other thing we might want to take a look at. It's showing a package system for the house, $6,156.
My wife is hearing impaired, and about 2 years ago, I was in an accident, and my airbags went off and messed up my hearing. So, our conversations are 5 minutes of us screaming, whatever.
Okay.
The home was the first house built in the first housing development in Henderson.
It is?
It was later became Westover Terrace. It was started by Mr. George Stevenson.
Okay.
Okay, if I change it to a C minus,
What?
do you want me to change it to a C minus?
That's whatever you think.
Yeah, because if I change it to a C minus, it's down to 141,059.
Okay, did you take out the central air?
1 second.
That was $6,156.
Okay, it doesn't look like it lets me take it out right now without starting the whole thing over. In other words, I'd have to take it all out and then build it back up again.
Okay, so
So, I mean, I can,
I guess probably the proper thing would be to continue that
Yep.
and you contact him
yes,
and let him know the value, and then you can bring that back on the consent agenda if he's okay with that.
yes.
Would it be helpful if I got a current appraisal?
No, sir. I mean, what you were reducing it with just the depreciation value was how much? You said the original.
I have no idea.
No, I'm
Oh,
asking.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the value under appeal, you mean? Or it's
What, change it to a C minus. What was
yeah,
that?
if I change it to a C minus, it went down to $141,059.
Okay, so we know that's a place where we feel comfortable at, but if she can rebuild the file to reflect that there's no central heat and air in that, then she can contact you, and then you can get a final adjustment, and if you agree with that, then we can put you on the consent agenda for the 17th.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And in the interim, I would recommend that you contact them about, potentially an exemption based on, you said your wife is disabled and you're disabled. And, because we have veterans, we have religious, and we have disability, and we have senior citizens. So you may want to contact them and see if you qualify under one of those categories.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and if you would accommodate him, and see if he can qualify for one of those exemptions.
Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna need the pictures. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I want to get like a roll call, so to see if people are still here, if they left. Is James Pichelle still here? That's my brother. I'm married. Okay. Okay, Wendy Parker? Yes. Okay, Michael Stevens? That's me. Okay, Russell Newman?
He's here.
Abdul Saleh? Okay. Triple Investments?
They're here.
Okay. Philip Hunt? Hattie Shoplin? Okay. MRM Healthcare Consultants? Judith Clodfelter? Okay, we have number 47 and number 48. It's no longer here. Or are they here? What'd you say?
Skip to 29.
Okay, Peter Moore? Judith Clodfelter? MRM Healthcare Consultants. Okay, let's look at Peter Moore. Was he properly notified to be here today? Okay, so he was here, so we'll hold that one open. MRM Healthcare Consultants, were they notified to be here today?
Yes.
Did they give a reason that they wouldn't be here?
Oh.
So what is pleasure of the board on number 47?
Oh, 47. Okay.
I'd go back and pull through these files. It'd be a lot easier to carry the paperwork in order.
Yeah, I'm just go to the very end, this last two. Everybody answer except for the last two.
The last two haven't been here at all. They haven't been in the building.
Number 47 and number
They
48.
didn't show up.
Right.
His appellate statement doesn't reflect anything that would indicate any change in market value. And he's not here to have any other discussion. I would move that we maintain the assessor's recommended value of 128,235.
Okay.
So,
It's been properly motioned and second that the recommended assessed value be accepted. There's no one here to answer to the appeal. So what is the pleasure of the board? Well,
Been moved to second.
Yeah, it's been moved and second. All those in favor? Any opposed? So number 47 is recommended assessed value is accepted. Number 48, Judith Claude Felter, has she been properly noticed?
Yes.
Did she give a reason that she wouldn't be here today?
No.
Does anyone know whether or not she's been here today? Okay, the recommended value is 197,866. Is there any motion?
I thought we approved it.
Number 48, the very last one.
Oh. Make a motion to approve it.
Any second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made, properly second. She's been properly notified. She did not state that she would not be present to answer to her appeal. All those in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it. So the board has voted to accept the 197,866 as the recommended assessed value. Okay, 47, 48 properly disposed. Now let's go to Mr. James and Mary Pichelle.
My name's Mary Pascal. I live at 1639 Oakdale Circle. And the property's in both my name and my brother's name, but he lives in Raleigh. I live in the house. This is the house that we grew up in. Mom and Dad had built back in 1957. So it's a pretty old house. But the property tax on it more than doubled. And I was told, not by anybody at the tax office, but it was a group that got together. I only went to the one meeting, but that they appraised or did the reevaluations, assuming that your property, that your house had all the updates and whatnot. And like I said, this is a house I grew up in. It's been there for 67, 68 years. It still has the same bathrooms in it, same countertops, same flooring, same bathtub. Kitchen is the same, except for the paneling, which was the pine paneling, was painted over. The countertops the same. So I sent in pictures thinking, they said, send, the people at this meeting said, send pictures in of the, bathroom in your kitchen and whatnot. I did that. I also included pictures of foundation issues that, seems, that will arise sometimes with a brick home. And thought that I would get more of a discount than what they gave me, and they only knocked off like $9,580. So they reduced it from $220,122 down to $210,542. So I said I didn't agree with it and signed it and brought it back up there. And that's when they said for me to come and appear before you guys. I thought, like the other lady, I would be appearing before one person. So I didn't bring any copies or anything to give out. But like I said, I was just expecting to get more of a reduction in it based on the age of the house, the updates that have not been done. I'm sure if somebody moved into that house, they would be going in and updating all bathrooms and the kitchen to be up to standard, what people are used to having today, granite countertops, stuff like that. So I just don't feel like it's worth what it was evaluated for. Like I said, I did submit pictures. I also had a question, and I had called the tax office and was speaking with a lady, and she was going to check on it and get back with me. Never heard back. I should have followed up, but then I got the thing that I would be meeting with that had the meeting today. Like again, I thought it was going to be like a one-on-one type meeting, but I had a question about the unfinished basement and how they figured that. I also mentioned that in my appeal that I would like to discuss that further, since I never heard back from the girl at the tax office about how they figured that. The square footage of the house is 1,535. I don't dispute that. But they got the unfinished basement also at 1,535. So they're thinking the basement runs the entire length and width of the house, and it doesn't. It's half crawl space, half basement. So just with me figuring it, I figured about $20,890 is what I'm being overcharged there for that. So that was an adjustment I'd like to see. I would love to see more of an adjustment for the bathrooms and the kitchen that have been there like for ever since the house was built. But like I said, I only got the $9,580 back for that. I also got a question about one of the, and this is probably something I can take up with the tax office. I was expecting that I would be having a meeting with them and not this, but and this is probably something I could take it with them, but just some of the codes on here in the description, the 1-story single, they got 2 units. Just in looking at other, and I didn't bring any comps or anything, but just looking at other houses, I'll see some of those that'll just have 1 unit. So I'm just wondering what that 1-story single is that would result in 2 units, doubling that rate. But like I said, I've just got a question about the basement and how that was figured. Also that 1-story single that's listed there as well. But again, I was also wanting more taken off for the the house, and no updates been done to it other than it did have a new roof put on it back in it's probably been about 5 or 6 years ago. But like I said, it does have some foundation issues, cracks and whatnot. This hadn't been addressed. And as far as inside the house, to me, I'm fine with the bathrooms like they were. That's how I grew up, and the kitchen. But I'm sure if I wanted to sell that house, I would probably have to be updating that to get it up to value. But
So did you provided pictures to check?
yeah, I did a SD card with pictures on it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you do know that they did change your grade from a C to a C minus, so they did do an adjustment.
I don't know. I saw it when I printed this out. It was showing C.
Yeah, okay, so it's now
but
it's now assessed at a C minus. So
Uh-huh.
that is probably accounting for the 9,000
Yeah.
that was reduced. But if you have documentation, I would recommend that you speak to someone in the tax office.
If I have what now?
Documentation, because I stated in the beginning that we can't go by what a person feels it should be.
Uh-huh.
We need some kind of documentation such as comparables, an appraisal, or something that we
Yeah.
can look at to see if the assessment was proper.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You may be able to go to the tax office and resolve it. They may be able to reduce it more if you provide more
Yeah.
information to them.
Mm-hmm.
But what you have before us now,
Mhm.
we don't have a sufficient information to
Yeah. Yeah.
recommend that the assessment be changed at this time.
Yeah. Like I said, I was expecting to be meeting like one-on-one with somebody with the tax office or whatnot. And it sounds like they hadn't been doing that. So I'll definitely pursue that. But like I said, I feel like I'm getting definitely overcharged on the basement, the unfinished basement, because they're figuring it runs they're figuring it as if it runs the entire.
Yeah. As far as the basement, yeah, we could definitely revisit that. Because I was not made aware of that. We do have it as the full basement based on what we saw on the outside.
Yeah.
It looks like a full basement, so that's why it's
If they
assessed
had
at
looked,
that.
they would have seen just on one side were windows where you could see in the basement.
Right.
The other side was just the grates.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
And it's about half and half. The way I figured it, I measured the basement, and then when I subtracted that from the 1535, it's roughly half and half.
Right. Yeah. So we do have the whole basement. That's how we do have it. So we can definitely revisit
Yeah.
that.
How many fireplaces do you have in the house?
Pardon?
How many fireplaces do you have?
There's 3. There's one down in the basement, and then there's 2 upstairs. But we don't use either of them. None of them.
Come in on Oakdale Circle, are you on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
I'm not here.
When you come in on Oakdale Circle, are you on the right-hand side or left-hand side?
If you come in the side of Oakdale closer to the mall, because Oakdale circles around. If you take the entrance off the Dabney onto Oakdale nearest food line, the shopping center there, I'm on the left.
So you're on the first Oakdale Circle. You're on the street that John Kinlaw lived on.
I'm right next to the Kinlaw house.
Okay.
Yeah, right next to the Kinlaw house.
Okay, so they're gonna work with you, contact you about doing an adjustment, because they did state that they gave the full basement consideration instead of a half basement. So that's gonna change these numbers.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
get in touch with them, and if there's anything else that you feel that they should take in consideration in terms of warranting a tax assessment reduction, then they can help you with that. But we are gonna be back on it with the 17th.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
so I would recommend you do it as soon as possible. Get in touch with them and try to
Yeah, get with them and,
yes,
okay,
for that one-on-one, you know.
okay. What is that one-story, single where it's got 2 units? What is that? Why is there a reason for 2 units on that? Because I know they double the rate. And I'm just not sure what that means, because I've seen,
That's the fireplace, isn't it?
Yes. Right. Fireplace.
oh, that's because of the fireplace.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I just wanted an explanation. I didn't know what that meant. Okay, okay. Well, then that's correct. Like there is a fireplace in the basement and there's 2 upstairs.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'll just make an appointment. Do I need to see one of y'all 2 there, or who would I need to see when I go?
Here, let me. Just give me a call.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
You're welcome. Wendy Parker.
How's it going? Yes.
Thank you.
My name's Steve Wilson. This is my wife, Wendy Wilson. We live at 1920 Weldon's Mill Road, Henderson. The first page I gave you guys was our parcel. Our market value, assessed value was $521,102. That was the original. We appealed it. They came back with $478,539. This property has no road frontage, has a deeded easement. It's in the middle of a farm that we do not own. There is a partial outbuilding behind it that is a agricultural stable that goes to the farm. All of the comps we provided were from the date, between the dates of January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023. We have 1.07 acres. We're just asking for a tax value close to the comps that we have provided. That's a big difference.
Okay, tax office, they, gave information, that there's easement on the property, no road, frontage, and that they share in the well. Were those considerations taken, were they taken in consideration?
Let's see. It looks like we did, yes, because it looks like the land rate is at $25,000, and it looks like it got reduced for the 1 acre.
Tax
If we-
card is
we have-
showing the 0.07 acres at a value of 146,357,000,
For
357.14 per acre. For a value of $9,220.
Okay, 1 second, I'm sorry. Let's see.
How many acres is with this?
1.07 acres.
They've got the 1 acre at 25,000. They've got the 0.07 acres at $9,220. Like I said, the rate is 146,357 per acre.
And you said it's not road frontage, you have a right of way, right?
Yes, sir. I have a deeded easement. That's all I have.
So you secluded, right?
Sir?
You secluded, right?
That's correct, pretty much.
So, Ms. Wayne, is the basement issue resolved?
The basement issue?
Yeah, they said, they only have a partial a basement instead of a full one.
Okay. Let's see. Yes, it looks like we're billing for 1,328 square feet of a basement.
I don't think our basement's that big. Yeah, it's less than half of the size of the house. It's a garage on the other side with 2 garage doors.
Okay.
Not hit it in gold.
So what did you adjust the square footage to on the basement for unfinished?
Yeah.
You all don't have a recent appraisal, do you?
No, we do not have a recent appraisal.
No, never, what'd you ask?
Recent appraisal.
She asked if we had a recent appraisal. The comps we provided, most of those are actually bigger than our house.
And they've got 2 of them have, one has 5 acres, one has 6 acres.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they are well under the value of our house.
Yeah. Yeah, we originally had it at 1,328 square feet for the basement, but it looks like it was adjusted down to 664 square feet. Sorry about that. It's right here.
When you adjusted, that brought it down to what?
We adjusted it from 1,328 square feet to 664 square feet for the basement.
So is all the space being utilized?
Not here.
Yeah, it's pretty much finished. I mean, there's not paint in the garage, but
Did you, provide these comparables to them for review?
I did not.
We were just asked to bring them today.
These comparables will take some adjustments because of the variance in acreage and all. It's not something we can sit here on the calculator and do right now.
What do we need to do, y'all? These, based on what they have here, is out of line with what comes. I've got to go to another meeting, so what do we need to do with this one? They're asking for at least to adjust it to be within line of the comps.
I'm gonna ask that we put this one off. You all talk to them to see in terms of the comps that they have, to look at that and see whether or not an adjustment is warranted based on, because this is almost over 100-some thousand.
Yes.
Based on the comparable. Okay, so if you can just get in touch with the tax office.
So does that mean I have to come back another day?
No, you may be able to resolve it at the tax, if you talk to
Better resolve it
them,
with the tax office. You
you may
Okay.
resolve it, and if you are satisfied, you don't have to come back.
But if we're not satisfied, we still have to come back.
Right.
So that means I have to take another day off work.
Well, we can do it today based on what we have now.
If you could do it by those comps, that would
We
be
can,
good.
They can't because of the acreage. Those comps have more.
So the
acreage.
value, you couldn't value the acreage, so like the one that has 25,000 or 5 acres, you couldn't take that and take pretty much 100,000 off of that?
So your house has got 1,736 square feet finished, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you've got a basement that's
600.
164 square feet. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, sir.
I don't wanna, consider any comps that we don't have any information on.
We do
Which
have
we
comps.
don't.
I think these comps are sufficient if you can go from there.
But are they in the same areas, neighborhood? What, we don't know that.
The one on Tower Road is within 3 miles, 4 miles.
I think these speak for themselves. Don't you think they speak for, in terms of, they speak for themselves in terms of establishment?
The tax office said that they didn't receive those comps.
They didn't ask us to bring comps.
They just asked
They-
us to bring
they
them
asked-
today.
Oh,
That's when
okay.
they asked us to bring
Okay,
these
so y'all don't
comps.
have any letters in the mail when you did your appeal that says bring comps? The letters should have
It
indicated.
said bring comps today. That's
Okay.
what it said.
Yeah, normally the communication that comes out from the packet says to bring the comps to the tax office, but I'll let Jennifer speak to that because that's what the letter should have read. Can you all speak to that?
Call on the telephone and.
And that's when they
that's
said
what
bring
she
the
asked me
comps.
to bring
Okay.
the comp.
Yeah, the comps are normally submitted when you do your appeal initially, but you can go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, that normally when we send out that original assessment notice, we do ask that if they have any comparable sales, they bring it to the tax
Yeah.
office.
I remember we revised that letter to make sure it was included last year. Okay, so maybe it was in the letter that you all received and you just missed it, but it's always in the letter that we sent out.
But it was in the original letter.
Yes, that's where it
Okay.
is initially when you do your appeal. Yes, sir.
But then when we signed that and sent it back, that's when they called and said we need to bring them with us today.
Okay, and not to the tax
The
office
comps of
before.
that day and range.
Okay, okay.
I said make them just based on what they present.
The basement is finished.
Yes, sir. It is
600 some square.
600 and some odd square feet of it.
What you getting, Dean?
Getting there. This house, which is based on the structure, comes up to $258 per square foot. The Chaucer property, which is on 6.2 acres, I did not make an adjustment for the acreage, came in at $187.39 per foot. The Tile Road property, which is on 5 acres, was $116.41 per foot. And then the Beavertail property was $158.33 per foot. All of these are in excess of what this property is appraised. If you take an average, you come up with $154 a foot average of those three comps that he provided. So that's 267,344 plus 41,300 for the basement. $308,644. So just based on the property, averaging those three comps, the value comes to 340, 364. And then there needs to be an adjustment made on that 0.07 acres that you've got valued at 146, 357 per acre. What do you generally average once you go past the acre? What's the general price per acre?
Let's see.
Should we come back on the 17th? If we ain't got it.
Oh, you should give us that number. We're real close.
I thought the basement finish or not finish?
Okay, so it looks like was it open? If it was open, then the actual base rate is 175,000 per acre.
175,000 per acre.
That is in the schedule of values.
How many acres
I'll
you
show
want to
you
sell,
all
Dan?
I've got today.
That's what it looks like here, so yeah.
How many acres you want to sell?
Let me look.
175,000.
At 175,000 acres.
Yeah, let me
One
look.
of
We just have to.
You wanna,
accept
is it
that?
not 17,500?
Yeah, wait, sorry. Sorry.
We sitting on a gold mine and that's.
I know, right?
I know, right? Ain't no way.
Yeah, I know. Let me look.
No way.
Back, because we're landlocked.
Yeah. I'm trying to find I'm looking at schedule per values. I'm trying to find because I don't have it directly in front of me. So give me a second.
All right, so that would take the land value
Down.
to total land value then would be $26,225. So that would be an adjustment from 3,170.
Right. Let's see it. Wait. Land values.
That'd be another adjustment of $5,495.
I'm not seeing anything here. Is it in there?
Brings it down to 334,869. Again, that doesn't reflect the acreage changes on the other properties. So that would be my recommendation.
For now.
My recommendation would be to take it to 334,869.
To what?
To 334,869.
And what they were asking?
That's their value. That's what their value was. So they estimated at 350,000 is what you'll pay. Right. When I do the math, after making these adjustments, it comes down below that.
So you recommend we take it to what?
Based on the comps, I mean, the only thing that, the Tower Road comp, it comes in at 116, which is lower than the others significantly.
But that one does have more acreage, correct?
The Tower
That one has
Road,
5 acres, I believe.
it had 5 acres.
Right,
But the other one, the Chaucer had 6.2 acres.
right.
So you come in with recommend how much?
334,869.
You making a motion?
I will.
Second.
But you want to know what was like beyond that 1
No,
acre.
I'm with that.
And I'm trying
Okay,
to
a
see.
motion has been made. It's been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
It just says.
All those opposed? I oppose because I'm not going to vote for
Okay,
something
here you
that I'm
go.
not sure about in terms of this tax office has not examined these comparables. So how do you vote? We're going to do a line item. How do you vote, Ms. Fain?
I think they need to review it.
What about you? Right now it's 2-2. You got to decide and vote.
I voted to do
I
it.
know Dan and
Right, yeah. Okay.
Leo voted yay, Ms. Fain, and I said no without further review. So it's up to you to go ahead and vote.
I guess I say no because.
Okay. So no's have it. What we're saying is you need to talk to the tax office, let them review these comparables and make sure that it's proper. And this is from the recommendation of our county attorney, who earlier stated that this process needs to occur, and I'm in agreement with that.
Madam Chairman, I need to be excused. I have another meeting.
Okay.
What?
It don't, it ain't the same.
Yeah. No.
So
Will
we're
they
gonna
come back on the
continue the
agenda?
matter to the 7th.
Madam Chair,
So I have to
will they come back
Wait,
on the
wait, wait, wait.
17th or no?
I was gonna say, they can work with the tax office, and if they need to come back on the 17th, we'll put them on the schedule for the 17th.
We have the cops. We need the cops, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna call, out of order. Triple Investments, if you come forward. Okay, on behalf of the board, we apologize that, you've been here all day, but it's a lot of, cases that we had over 48 appeals we had to do today, and there was no way.
Yeah, so
We was
much
gonna-
back to a Fair Tax Act, right?
Yeah, I would advise, just talk to the tax office, because you have at least 10 on here.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not gonna get through 10 today, so I would just recommend you talk to the tax office, give them the documentation showing what you believe the assessed value is. If you have documentation comparable to support that, then you may not need to come back if you all able to reach a resolution.
Okay.
And then that way, if not, at least we would have more information.
'Cause we already sent through one time and it
Yeah,
just,
these are
it just
the,
come right back to us.
So did you
So I feel like
provide,
the tax office is the problem here.
We've
I feel like
already
we could've
submitted
saved a lot of this
everything
time.
in here has been submitted to the tax office, and all of them were denied, which is the reason we're here today.
So either they don't have the
okay, well, do
time
you
or the
have,
staff to do
your,
what they need to do.
that information, the documentation to submit to us? That way we can look at it, and it may not take so long next time.
They came here before, they presented it at the previous meeting,
Uh-huh.
and we asked them to go back and work with the tax office. Now they've gone to the tax office,
Okay.
they come back, and
And our taxes are like $50-some thousand and shit because of this.
Okay.
So let me ask Jennifer a question about that. So Jennifer, when you all worked with them after the last time they were here, what did that process look like? What was the end result? And so any comps or any information that you all have submitted to the tax office? Okay, I just want to confirm. Okay, all right.
Comps.
Okay. And I got a question. What does rent roll got to do with tax value?
what?
Rent roll. Why do they need to know my rent roll to give me a fair tax price?
You can use, the income approach as part of your valuation for tax purposes, for,
So we think that's fair to the people we rent to? So we can just, so since y'all want money, we can just pass it on to them? Because I'm seeing from what I heard today, most of these cases, a lot of this stuff is wrong. That means somebody passed it on. That means that we, at Vance County, are stealing money from people who didn't catch it. From elderly people.
Most people today own their own property. I don't think we even looked at any rental property today.
I haven't heard anything about rental property today.
I mean, this is the first one we've had today that's rental property.
Oh, no, I'm talking about other people. I mean,
I understand.
That's what I'm saying. We haven't, most of the people who came up today, actually,
For
they're
owners.
homeowners.
for
Yes.
owners, yeah.
This has been very frustrating today.
Yeah.
And like I said, you all have about
It's
12 of them
14.
in here, and this is not your turn. So I'm just saying you're gonna have to
And I
wait.
appreciate you
Yeah.
doing that.
So
Matter
I
of fact, we
just-
can
yeah.
settle ours later.
Okay.
If we could go, we were told we would meet with the tax
Okay.
office first.
Could you give them a card and meet with these people
Yes.
and look at it and do these comparables and let them submit their documentations and photographs and other information they have? So when they come back, we would have something to look at. Because I know when we were doing the reassessments last year, we would have right in front of us, provided by most of the people, the 3 different comparables. Everything would be laid out. Right now, we getting papers all over the place, and we trying to look through these documents or whatever to see whether or not this qualifies or that qualifies. And I think the process should have been more simpler than what we're doing today, and maybe we would have got through a little bit more. So I'm just asking you, could you give them a card, and then they can contact you and maybe sit down, since they have so many. Like I said, they have 12, and we're not gonna do, yeah, I'm about burned out today myself. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I want to give it a fair hearing.
Thank you.
Um,
So
and
can we
I
just-
know
can we
I'm
just
not
plan
gonna
on
be,
coming
I'm not,
back
yeah,
the next session then?
If we do
If
not,
we do not,
yeah.
absolutely, yeah. So, but I think it can be resolved in the tax office. Just make sure Jennifer will get in contact with you all to get a meeting as soon as possible.
okay,
Okay,
All
so
right.
we're sorry about that.
thank you.
That's okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
And then the next one, Mr.
Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for help, for your cooperation.
Who you got next?
I'm gonna call
Oh, okay.
24
24
through
through
28
28.
and ask them the same question. Mr. Salah, it's the same situation
I
as,
let my daughter speak for me, okay?
okay. Ma'am, it's the same situation as, you have at least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 properties you want us to look at. And we're just asking if you would contact the tax office to see whether or not you can reach a resolution. Because we do have people in front of you, and then you would have at least 5, but we're not gonna be able to get through all these today. So we're just asking if you can contact the office, set up a time, you can meet with them, and maybe we can get a resolution without trying to today go through all of these, because of time constraints.
What
I
information do you
understand.
have
Thank you for
today?
your time.
We didn't have a lot of
We-
information, we just sent them
Yeah,
some photo and.
most of our information is with the tax office. We did provide some of the
Photo.
documentation, but the majority of it, we didn't prepare it because we thought the tax office already had it.
Okay,
They have what we need.
okay, so you've been communicating with them,
Not directly, no.
okay,
Yeah.
But you sent in everything
Yes.
to them that
Yes.
needed to be sent in.
okay. All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Sorry.
So will we tell them to come back, Jennifer?
Okay,
Yeah, they'll come back.
so let's, Michael Stevens.
Hope y'all can see me back here. I'm short. How are you?
You can pull the mic down too. if you need to.
All right, I'm Penny Stevens and I live at 20 Jewel Lane, Henderson, North Carolina. The tax office has my pictures and everything. They said they would have them here. And I get nervous when I'm talking in front of a crowd too. But we don't have a big crowd anymore, do we? So when the assessment was done, my taxes went from, or my property value went from 87,000 to 204,590. And of course, I've been here at the tax office doing everything I can to get it reduced because I can't afford that much, paying that much property tax every year. It's weighing very heavy on me. I don't work. My daughter-in-law doesn't work. My dad is retired. My sister's retired. We're at home down in that area all the time. We know that the guy came, or that they say that the guy came around and did the revaluation on our property. But I feel like if he came that day, somebody would have seen him. Maybe he did drive down there, but if he came to my house, he would have had to knock on my door. If he went to the back of my house, he would have had to ask me to put my dog up. There is no way he went in the back of my house. To evaluate the back part of my property and get the value of my deck, my air conditioning unit, my shed, all of that, my dog would have bit him. She was a big bloodhound, and he would have had to ask me to put her up. So there's no way he went on the backside of my property to evaluate that.
Well, generally, we did ask the people doing the tax evaluations if there were animals involved, that they were not to, they would to estimate and try to measure other ways so that they didn't put themselves in danger. So
Understood.
That would have been proper.
But I would have been home. He would have had to ask me to put her up. And my letter here, I stated there that the valuation that he did on my home is almost 30 years old. My back deck, he valued it at 40, let me make sure I get this right. $8,000. That back deck is old. And when she shows you the pictures, you'll see it literally needs tearing down and replacing. He valued it at $8,000. My heating and cooling system, wait a minute, let me get my words right. My heating and cooling system, he valued at $8,000. The inside unit of that heating and cooling system has been there since the house has been there, and it is 27 years old. The outside unit, we only paid $4,500 for, and he valued it at $8,000. The house itself is 27 years old. I just can't see how he valued it at such a high price.
Okay, do you have any documentation?
Uh,
Oh, okay.
I do. They're bringing that. Now, also, you wanted me to get comp. In my neighborhood, Jewel Lane, there's only one house that's comparable to my house for me to compare to. That's sold during the time frame that you guys asked me to. And I can give you the parcel number of that house. It's 1998, and it sold for one house is all I can compare to. And I don't feel like that's fair to me. I can't go and look at other houses that's in my neighborhood. And the parcel number to that is, and I'm blind, 0456A 01003, 38 Summerfield. That's the only house that's comparable to my house, the same, close to the same year model, close to the same square footage. Um, Okay. These are pictures of all the things around my property and my home that need repairs. I still don't understand how he came up with this value.
Well, actually,
Once,
did reevaluations last year.
I'm sorry?
We had a service to do reevaluations last year, which we were required to do by law every 8 years.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we hired someone to go out and do these evaluations.
Yes, ma'am.
So right now, if you feel like, based on the prior evaluation from last year, things have changed. I guess the question was, did you get an appraisal?
I did not get an appraisal. I don't feel like anything's changed. I'm showing you the pictures of what he should have seen himself.
What's the address of your comp?
Of the comp, it's Summerfield Lane. 38 Summerfield Lane, right up the road. Everybody saw that? So right down my driveway on my son's property is this house here. That guy valued this piece of property on my son's property at $77,000. This is a abandoned, rundown. It's got holes in the floor and everything. He valued that piece of property right there at $77,000. That's on my son's property. My son was able to get the tax office, or actually, he hasn't been able to get them to do it yet, but he's got them looking into removing that off of his property because they realize how horrible of a mistake that was. So if he came down, this property is on the same driveway as my property. It's actually behind my house. And that same guy valued that dump there at $77,000. And I can actually give you the parcel where he valued that at too, if you'd like to look that up.
Ms. Williams, since there's a question about whether or not they did a proper appraisal of the backside, so she said was not accessible, would it be possible to send someone out to look and see whether or not,
I mean, I've given you the pictures of the
Um,
backside of my house.
We can do that. There is a note on here from 2022 from Vince Evaluation saying that they were unable to get to the back of the house because of the dog.
okay, so we know that that was not done. So is it possible to get that done? So
Yes.
she would have a proper assessment.
If she has a dog, if she still has a dog, then it would need to be put up.
Yeah, if you gonna come, just give her a call and let her know so she can put the dogs up or away or whatever she needs to do.
Yes.
And then we can look at that and do a reassessment to see whether, that amount that has been recommended is consistent to the actual value. You have any
Okay.
problems with that?
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, they're going to see exactly what you're seeing in the pictures.
Yeah, but we don't know that, so.
That's
need to
fine.
send somebody.
When do they want to come? I'll be there.
Okay, so if you can give her a call, get a card from her,
Mm-hmm.
and then that way they can give you a call beforehand and let you
Okay.
know that they're coming and what time to meet them, what's a good time for you.
Okay.
Between the hours of 9 and 5 or what's it, 8, 9,
Yeah, 8:30 to 5.
8:30 to 5, and then that way they can come out and take a look at it and see the actual structure themselves.
Okay. Another thing on that same property, the 180 Stantonville Lane, there is another double wide on that property. Can I not use that?
Okay, I'm looking at your 38 Summerfield Drive. You said that was a comp for you?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only sales that was done.
That
And
property
it sold at the same price that y'all were pretty much comping
Yeah, it
me.
sold for 225,000.
I understand that, but I don't have anything else to comp to.
But that's pretty close to where yours is.
But I don't like that. I want to find something. You only give me one choice.
I mean.
But that house may be in better condition than mine. I don't know.
Could you, in addition to looking at that house, also look at some that you identify in that same neighborhood that you all typically use when you're determining comps? Because you don't have to be on your street. It could be in a certain vicinity. And do a comp, have comps for us as well, so we can look at it and see. But right now, we don't have nothing to go by.
Yeah, I don't have
Other than
anything to
business.
go by.
Yeah.
My understanding was in the sales tab, I have to pull up sales there, and it has to be in that date range. Is that correct?
In that what?
In that date range that y'all gave me?
Yeah, and
talking about
does that
January.
tab still reflect comps that were used during the revow?
Yes.
The sales data tab that's on the
Yes.
card?
That's what I was told I had to use. So I was trying to do everything
Yeah,
proper.
I'm just sitting here looking, you gave us 38 Summerfield address as a comparable. And I'm looking at it and it's sold for, its quality is showing same as yours, a C, and that's why I'm trying to.
That's what I'm explaining. It's the only choice I had in what they gave me as a guideline.
Okay.
I can't find anything else.
So the comp that you provided to us doesn't help your case any, okay?
I'm sorry.
The comp that you provided us doesn't help your case any.
I understand.
So if you can find us some additional comps that might, then we can look at it. But otherwise, I think we're pretty close on this one.
How do I go? Okay, can I go outside the guidelines that they
You got to be
gave me?
within those sales dates. And they don't have to be next door to you. They can be within 4 miles of you. And there are a lot of properties that sold in that area. That's down, off Briggs Road in that area?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, but if I hit the sales tab, nothing else comes up for me.
They know how to-
In those date ranges.
They know how to identify comparables. Right now, because you stated they did not get to the back, that's reflected in their notes. They didn't. They're going to take another look at your property, and also in that process, they're going to identify comparables
Yes,
to
ma'am.
your house.
Yes,
Then they
ma'am.
can provide that, and so we have a basis to look at.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you want to go back and try to get some kind of appraisal, and I think that may cost you more than what the tax is going to be. So I would just ask that you contact them and see whether or not.
And you're right, it would cost me
Yeah.
a lot of money to get an
Right.
appraisal, and I
So-
thank you for that.
Yeah, so if you could talk to them, you may get it resolved and you wouldn't even have to come back.
I would love to do that. I can't come back on the 17th because I'm not going to be in town.
Okay.
But if I have to, because I can't pay this kind of money.
Well, what you can do is, go ahead and try your best to get the information, because the main thing is gonna be them being able to come to your house and
Yes,
you put up the dog. They can do the comparables themselves at a later date. Now, once they give you the information as to what they came up with, if you do not agree, then your appeal is still before us. You know, and if you can reach a compromise even after the date 17th, because we have to have these done by June 30th.
Yes, ma'am.
But we want to give you every benefit, because it's reflected in our notes, it was not looked at. And we want to give you the opportunity to have it looked at
Yes,
based
ma'am.
on the standards that was used at that time.
Yes, ma'am. I have one more thing. My fireplace was closed off years ago, shut down. There is no hookup to the fireplace. There is no vent out of the fireplace. And I'm still got that on there too.
Okay, so any concerns you have, just let them know. And when they put it into the system's gonna come out
Mhm.
with what the grade is, the appreciate, it has that information built in
Okay,
to tell you what it should be based
Okay.
on the information they have.
okay,
But it's based on having the proper information.
okay.
And then we will accommodate you in turn, as long as it's before the 30th of this month, to try to get a recommended assessment in before the deadline.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all have a good day. I know you're tired.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, Russell Newman,
I just want those pictures back because my.
did he come back?
That's you, Russell. Come on.
Russell Newman.
Just give us.
That's me. Russell Newman, Rock Mill Road. This is about the farm I bought, and it was in my wife's family already. She lived there 72 years, and but when her mama passed, we had to. It was going to be sold. It was the tax on it was $444,645. I have appraisals on it that but they said I couldn't use them because one of them was last year when I bought the farm, and
What was the date on
the
that?
other one was in 2019.
Okay, the one last year, what is the date of the appraisal?
Ma'am,
What is the date of the appraisal?
the date,
The one last year, on what date?
the 24th, the one in last year was 3/13/2024.
Okay, can we see that appraisal?
Ma'am?
Can we get a look at that appraisal?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ms. Williams, did he provide that appraisal?
Took this off.
Let me take a let me take a look.
Okay.
Was it the one that was dated March 13th, 2024?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. Just have one copy.
I tried to do it last year when I bought it, and I talked to Jeremy Aiken, and I don't know who he talked to, and they said that I had to wait till this January to appeal it. So
I know the date of the appraisal. In terms of them actually having got, say for instance, it was January the 1st, but the date had it done on January 25th. We still could look at it, right? So when we say March, we're close enough that, okay.
We're close enough.
So what, they, what,
What was 334.6, is that right?
365.
365 is what it came in at.
that's what the price they put on it?
That's what the price of it is.
The 365 is about, 79,645 difference
Okay.
in the 444,645.
Got a price in here demonstrating 365 that was done within 3 months of the cutoff. You have that appraisal, correct?
Yes.
Y'all moved to 365.
Any motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a
Make a-
motion. Oh, go ahead.
Make a motion that we move forward with the 365,000.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, we have an appraisal, that's been presented to us, that was prepared on March the 13th of 2024, which is still within the range of January the 1st valuation. So it's been made, the motion has been made, properly second, that we accept, the appraised value of 365,000, which is down from 444,645. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, for 365,000. Reduction of the assessed recommended value has been accepted by the board. All right. I don't have it. It's, they have it here.
She's got a copy of it.
All right. And just contact the tax office and they'll give you,
We can't hear you.
the new tax value.
Yeah,
Can't hear.
he can't hear her.
If you want to find out the adjusted tax, she can give you the adjusted tax change based on the amount that we just approved. She's gonna give you the new tax bill based on what we just decided. Okay.
29.
29 is Peter Moore.
Peter Moore? Good day.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Got me. Why did the hamburger go to the gym? To get better buns. Thought y'all might need some levity this time of day.
Yeah.
So, I was here earlier this morning when, Miss
Feemster.
Femister was speaking, and she said we had hired an assessor who went out and assessed the property. And based on it, what was the assessor's name? Is this a firm or somebody?
Yeah, we retained a firm. We had to evaluate every piece of property in Vance County based on law that was required that we do it at least every 8 years.
Yeah.
And so we couldn't, we did not have the manpower to do it ourselves, so we hired a firm.
Yeah.
And that firm went out and it took 2 years to go and look at everybody's property and come back with an appraised recommendation.
Right.
And so that was, and they had to appraise it as of January the 1st of 2024.
24, gotcha.
So that's where so that's the, what you're looking at is the appraisal that company stated to us as of January the 1st of 2024.
What was that firm's name?
It was Vincent Valuations. Vincent Valuations.
And where are they at?
I don't know where they're, I know their home base is Bertie County, I believe, but I'll find out for you before you leave.
Okay. And then, so with this report, and if I understood you correctly, there's an individual evaluation on every piece of property in the county?
That's correct.
So was that ever sent out with the new tax bill or with the accessory notice to individuals?
Yes, last year.
That's reflected in your tax card.
My tax card. You're gonna have to help me on that one. What is my tax card?
Tax card is your valuation. It is all the specifics of your real property as it is taxed. And what Vincent Valuations did is they came out, they did their studies, they prepared a schedule of values for us, which is a large document. And then all of our valuations are based upon that schedule of values and what they are assigned as evidenced in looking at your tax card.
My tax card.
Yes,
So
sir.
that when I go to the website and I pop in my PIN number, 0484010118, I have it memorized. That's what pops up as my tax card.
No, sir, that's your account.
Okay.
There's a listing, and there's several things on there.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things that you can click on is your tax card.
Okay. And that's got individual like comps and things for my area and things like that.
No, sir. It
Okay.
just has all of the specifics of your property and how it is valued and taxed.
Detail like that's card's probably been the same long before this evaluation. Same. I mean, the property hadn't changed. So I'm saying if the property didn't change, and you're saying how many acres there are,
And
how much of it's open,
as
what's
you-
the size of the building, things like that.
That's right. And for the
Okay.
short time that you were in and out today, you may have picked up, a lot of people have told us that our listings are not correct. And so that goes directly to valuation.
He's showing it to me right now. So I think I might have seen that screen. That's fine. Great. I didn't get my notice in the mail, by the way. I told the ladies at the tax office. So when I opened my bill, whatever it was, you all sent it out, July last year? That's when I saw it. So my value went from, the old bill was, let me get this right, $71,784 to $190,147. Now, I did the math on that. I'm no mathematician or expert on it, but that's 165% increase. And what you're saying is 8 years. Now, my property is a piece of land. There's no structure on it. There's nothing on it. There's no county water down by the curb. There's no county sewer down by the curb. There's no curb down by the curb. It's just a paved road. That's all it is. So this is old farmland. It's just sitting there. I bought it in 07, and I just wonder how in the world in 8 years value could go up 165%. Now, if you all follow investments and stuff like that, like a really good CD today, a certificate of deposit, you'll get about 4% on that, 4.5% on that per year. So in 8 years, you're not looking at anywhere near 165%. Real estate, just regular old land that's not developed, I mean, it might grow 2 to 3% a year. So I'd like to know how in the world it went up 165%.
Okay, Frank, is it showing any structures on there?
No,
Just, okay.
this property, it's, looks like to be 26.86 acres.
Correct.
It has 10 acres of wooded land and 15 acres of 0.8 acres of open land. Is that land currently farmed?
There is a person who makes hay off of it to keep the fields mowed. Basically, that saves me from having to pay somebody to bush hog it so it doesn't get all shrubby.
Okay, so that's an agricultural process, okay? So with that property, now I'm looking at the values. They've got your wooded property valued at $8,000 per acre and your open land at $6,500 an acre. So that's, I know we've done some other comparables that we looked at with some other properties within probably a couple of miles of there that weren't quite that high. That would have been on, I think, the appeals we did with Nail and so forth.
Mr. Moore, is there anything on that land, like maybe some land that you not usable? It's not usable on those 26 acres. That like some property maybe designated agriculture, but they got rocks, and you can't do anything in that area because it maybe a swamp there or a rocky area, whatever. So, is there anything that you feel like you might identify which makes some of those acreage unusable?
got you. Yeah. Not that I know of. Can we go back to the report for just a minute here? So what was the total average increase percent-wise, countywide on the property from last assessment to this assessment? Mine was 165%. That's a huge percentage.
If I remember correctly, I want to say between 72 and 76% was the average. I'll check before you leave, but if I remember, the presentation from Vincent Valuations was between 72 and 76%. I'll check real quick though, but
And that,
that's what I'm remembering.
to be clear, that's 8 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Our
So-
revaluation schedule is every 8 years.
Right.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying is just from a standpoint, if you're a landowner, you buy it and then you go to sell it 8 years later, you are never going to get 72, unless you're in the heart of Charlotte across from the Panthers football field, you're not going to get a 76% increase on your land in 8 years. It's impossible. Just doesn't work.
So it's unfortunate, about 2 years ago, the market took huge increases. I mean, like I said, that increase was a lot. Now Vance County's getting close enough to Wake County.
Hold on just a minute. Can you reference what the percent increase was 2 years ago?
She just referenced it on the properties was somewhere in the 78 to 80% range on the thing.
But based on, I guess I'm saying based on what data?
Well, what I used was comparable sales. And I pulled up.
For open
individual-
land.
For land.
Just
yes.
regular old land.
Yes, I did.
Nothing on it.
Right.
Mr. Moore, I'm confused. You talk about 100%. What numbers are you using?
Well, I mean, you take 190, 47. Okay, you subtract 71, 784.
What's 70? Where's that? What's that number,
That's the old assessment.
sir?
The old assessment.
Okay, but you paid 158 for this? in
Don't remind me
2007?
of that. Please. That's a
I'm
soft
confused.
spot in my,
Okay.
I mean, that hurts me.
But, I
That
mean,
land company
you
took
paid-
advantage of me. I'm honestly.
But you paid.
I
paid for
realize
that
what I
in
paid for. Yes, sir.
2007,
I realize that.
and we're talking about $40,000 roughly difference in 13, 14 years.
That wasn't my question. My question was, where did it ever come? What data supports a 165% increase on open land? That's my question.
And my answer to that is apparently your old valuation was not correct.
The old one was not correct. So back 8
Based
years
upon-
ago, you guys
based
were
upon- based
incorrect
upon-
on that 8 years ago.
Sir?
8 years ago, you were incorrect on that.
That's correct.
Okay. And who evaluated it then?
A company called Pearson Valuations.
Okay. And so did you get any pushback back then to say, hey, my property's way too low?
No, sir, because we were coming off of 2008 valuations, which were higher, as you saw when you paid in 2007.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't track it all, but all I'm saying is going from 71,000 to 190,000. I mean,
I
please
know what you paid, and
please
we're talking-
explain that.
We're
I told
talking
you,
about a 30%.
I got ripped off. All right. That's what I'm, and that land
Sir,
company
you-
took me for a fool.
I've not heard anyone twisted your arm. You freely paid what you paid.
Well, but there hasn't been one part of this conversation up till now that is based on what I spent for it. Why are you basing the
Because that-
evaluation
that-
now on what I
that
spent for it?
depends- That is
I mean, just
great
because I got
evidence.
taken for a crazy buggy ride doesn't mean you should evaluate my
That
property.
is
on
great
that.
evidence on what you felt value was.
I was a sucker. But anyway, I still reside. The question is, how do you get to 165% growth in 8 years?
You got to take into consideration, we had COVID, the prices, what they're looking at is what the fair market value is as of January the 1st of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're going to look at what property sold for in your area based on the market value. That's what they're
Right.
going by.
Right.
And when you was paying 71,784, which was assessed for you at that time,
Right.
that could have been what the market rate was at that time. But you understand there was factors that has occurred since 8 years ago that has made that market fluctuate. And if you seem like you're aware of, market trends and all that. The prices, went up a lot
Oh, yeah.
after COVID.
Yeah.
So therefore, when these assessment companies we hired, they had to look at the market rate. So what they had to do is take property in your area and compare based on what property sold for as of January the 1st of 2024 and compare it to your property to determine what the fair market rate is of your property at the time they did their appraisal. That's not to say your property may not go down in value because the market rate fluctuates. So it could, instead of being 190 this year, it could go down to 170 next year. We don't know, but it's, we had to look at, by law, we were required to do that evaluation of every piece of land in Vance County.
Right.
Those with houses on it and those without houses on it. And we had to find comparable, the company had to find comparable land. That's why we were when you heard us asking people about, do you have comparables?
Yeah.
What they're doing is finding comparable land that sold and what price they sold at.
Right.
And so this is based there. Then they come up based on a schedule of what that fair market value is as of that date. Yours may not be exactly because your property, every piece of property is unique. So yours may have characteristics which made it different than theirs. They don't just look at acreage. They look at the whole land. That's why I was asking you, were there any areas that would have made your price less than what the assessors determined that it was what the recommended value was? Like the people came up, said they had no road frontage. So you have, land that can be locked in. That's not going to be the same price as land next door that have an easement right to the main highway. It's going to be different. So if you come up with prices for comparable, property close to your land and it's value much less, then we can look at your property again and say, hey, this has been valued too high.
Absolutely.
We need to do a reassessment to see whether or not it's been assessed too high, and we need to lower this assessed recommended value, or sometimes people have appealed and went up. So you never know. You just need to come up with, and see, this is public record. So anybody property, you can go up to the tax office and say, give me the value of the land located at XXYZ Street.
Right.
And they're going to give you that information so you can find the comparables yourself. Okay. But if you don't find them, then the tax office can find comparables based on their geographic information, their GIS. They can find property that can be compared to yours to see if you were properly assessed. Because it could come up like Mr. Kara said, he believes that maybe, we don't know because we don't have any really documentation in front of us. We don't know if your property was properly assessed back 8 years ago. Only thing, that's why they require us by state law to do that evaluation 8 years, because it could have been a mistake made. So what we're doing is bringing the values up to date.
Right.
As of January the 1st.
That kind of goes back to my first question when I was asking about the specifics behind my property evaluation that was done just in 24, I guess, wrapped up in 24. Does that tax card list the comparables that they used? He just said it's on the tax card, but does it list the comparables that were used during that period?
Those values are based on a schedule of values.
What's that based on?
The schedule of values is based on information that the appraisal company gathered.
Yeah.
Based on sales.
Gotcha.
Comparables.
But not comparables to my property.
Well, that's the basis of this thing. Now, your job.
Well, that was kind of my
is to-
original
your job
question.
Is to present us with information that is contrary to show us, to demonstrate that property is of a different value. And so that's what we would need.
I got comparables.
Okay, thank you. Either way, yeah.
Yeah.
So look at that. That is 40 pieces of property that I can find. And I have to thank the tax office because I bugged these ladies a ton trying to figure out how to pull up comparables that weren't in my neighborhood. Okay, like you go in there and you hit the thing, that's supposed to be in your neighborhood. But I had to pull up, there was only one in my neighborhood. So I had to dig around and found two other ones. And that's the data that came from that. So my current per acre assessment is $70,079.19. The average price of the three comparables I was able to find is $3246.50. Now, if you look at that, that would come on a per acre basis at 26.86 acres to a total of $87,288. And that's what I feel it's worth.
I believe the Fitch Road property was landlocked, I believe, if I remember that. We've used that for.
It did not
Not
state that.
landlocked, it had an easement.
Had an
Yeah,
easement.
there you go.
Okay. And there was a property on Garrett Road that was 35 acres.
So even at that new rate that I suggest, the new assessment, that's still a 21.5% increase over the old appraisal, which is a very nice, it's a generous increase for plain old land, real estate with nothing on it. It's not beside Panther Stadium down in Charlotte. It's not in downtown Raleigh. It's just 27 acres in Vance County. Beautiful county, by the way.
Your property is in close proximity to the southern part of the county, which is getting close to Wake County.
Okay, well, these are my comps that I pulled right off your website.
I live,
Just last night, I
I
stayed up
live
late doing it.
probably 3 miles from the way the crow flies. So I'm well aware of how those market, and I think we had some comps earlier that were in this range.
Oh, good.
But
In the range that I listed here, my comps, similar to that comps.
closer to this, not as high as these. I question these values too, but like I said, I don't have comparables right now that I can show you.
Well, I got 3 of them right here.
I understand that.
And I stayed up late finding them, and I bugged these poor ladies to death over at the tax office, figured out how to work the tax system.
So, Mr. Moore, just to answer your question, the countywide average increase was 67 to 72%. So what jurisdiction do you live? Where do you live? Do you live in Kittrell? Where do you live?
The property is just outside of Kittrell off of Gilbert Road.
Okay, so the Kittrell area experienced a 94 to 99% average increase in the Kittrell area.
And that's in 8 years.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we didn't have, at least for my property, there were no comparables that you can show me back in 2002 up to 24, where this assessment was done by was it
it might be
Vincent Property Company.
It may be
There are no
beneficial.
there are no comparables on that date or around that date that shows what my sale value was back then.
I think it might be beneficial for you to go look at the presentation that was presented to the commissioners March of 2024, and it gives you detailed information about what was used to determine the new value. So if you can give me your email address, I can make sure I get that presentation to you. It's some very helpful information.
Okay.
Yeah. And Vincent Valuations is based out of Mary Hill, North Carolina.
Your correct address is 12321 Chastain Drive?
Yes. Yeah.
27614?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anything?
Apologize. I thought I'd turn that off.
You don't have an appraisal done, right?
I have those 3 comparables.
I've got the 3 comps that Mr. Berman has. That show on the average of those would make my property valued at $87,288. I pulled them fresh off the website last night.
So that was last night. So I guess you haven't had opportunity to look at them, right?
No.
The reason I had to go back in is I wasn't aware of the 2. I actually had lower comparables that I found on Zillow for property that was sold in this area, in that area too, closer to it. And even over in Lewisburg, which I know is a little bit hot over there in that area off of 401. And those came in lower than the average that I have right here. The first document I submitted was actually lower than that based on those comparables, but I wanted to abide by the rules. And I didn't realize it was only 22 and 23 until I got that last notice on May 23rd. That may have been some information I overlooked or something. So that's why my initial ones were actually lower that I found.
Okay. So we're gonna let her take a look at those comparables and get with you and see if you guys can come to an agreement.
Well, it's been a long process. Why don't we just put a fork in it? Let's make her done. And I've been here all day and I did a lot of homework on it. And I think based on what I'm hearing in terms of specific property, I've looked at it more than we know of, at least from this assessor group. That was more of a mass overlook, like an average overlook, but it wasn't looking at specific properties.
Okay.
Or there's no data that's been provided to me for that.
Okay. Madam Chair, my recommendation would be that we continue that, let him speak with the tax office.
Yeah, I submitted a lot to the tax office. It was less than this.
I understand.
It was less than this, and that's been 2 months ago now. So I hate to drag it out any longer. I've spent pretty much drove up here and spent all day here.
I understand.
Yeah, but as I stated before, it has to be supported by documentation because everybody probably want their taxes to go down.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I brought documentation with me.
Yeah, but
I've done the averages and I've done all of it.
We're just seeing your comparables for the first time ourselves. Normally,
Well,
there's
there
comparables
were
that-
other comparables sent in about 2 months ago. They were less.
Okay.
So this is actually more than what I sent in 2 months ago because I wanted to follow the rules.
Okay, did you receive those comparables?
From yes, those were.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking the questions. I'm gonna read discussion through it.
Yeah, it looks like the ones that 2 of them are in Lewisburg.
They're where?
Lewisburg.
So they're not even, though Lewisburg isn't even in our county. When you say comparable, it's
But-
still
but-
got to be in a certain geographic area close to yours. You just can't go somewhere else and bring one that you say look
Well,
like mine.
yeah, those were, it's a little difficult finding comparables that's just land. And so when I went on Zillow, that's what I found.
Yeah, the rear of that property actually touches Franklin County. The adjoining farm does touch Franklin County. It's part in Franklin County.
Okay. Well, we've had a motion on the floor that it be continued. It's been seconded.
Can we please?
We don't have to
can
take
we-
a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So the majority has ruled that the matter be continued to give you an opportunity to speak to her, and I would advise her to go ahead and speak to you, and you present what you have, and maybe you can resolve it, and you won't have to come back. Because a lot, we were just putting on our consent agenda that a settlement.
I thought the buck stopped here, right at this board meeting. Everything I read, it seemed like it stopped with the board meeting.
Well, I'm gonna be like I did with someone else. I'm not gonna vote on something. I'm just saying a comparable, and I don't know if it's actually a comparable because the comparables they have is not the same that you have, and I just want to make sure it's accurate and that the comparable is one that should have been used.
Okay, so my first comparable is PIN number 0536020002, Garrett, 35 acres, sold for $140,000. Okay, and the average on that would be 3898.64. My second comparable is PIN number 0542010001, 796 Finch Road, 53 acres. And these are all with no structures on them. So it's got 0 on the structures. Sold for $160,000. The average of that is $3,752. My third comparable is PIN number 0489010024, near Holden, 15 acres. Sold for $42,500. That averages 2,833.
Sir,
So when you
we've already-
average the three of those together, that comes up to 3246.50 per acre. If you extrapolate that out to 26.86
Board
acres,
has already taken a vote. It was voted that the matter be continued. So we got one more gentleman. He's been waiting all day as well. We're not gonna, reach any kind of resolution today. Your matter is not off the table, but we need to make an informed decision. And me personally, I would like more information before I make that decision. I think the other board members would too. So we've agreed that the matter be continued. You can consult the tax office, but they need to provide us with some information as well as to how they came up with what they came up with.
What did they go through?
I'll give it to John.
So
So do you have what he has?
so I'm understanding that,
You give her a copy.
we
of it?
cannot resolve this today.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. And it's because someone has not looked at the comps for my property
The
specifically.
ones you just presented today.
Well, to be clear for the record, I presented them comps 2 months ago.
The comps you
But
presented
not the
today.
ones you gave us today.
I didn't know about it until the 23rd.
But
Or
we
I would have
still
submitted
to
these
make an
comps back
informed
then.
decision. And so the tax office need to evaluate that and get back with us to see whether or not they're, to verify those comps or determine.
So where do we
Comps,
proceed
you're
from here? What do I do? What
Should
do I have to
give you
do?
a card for you to contact her,
Okay,
and then you can proceed from there.
proceed from there.
Yes,
So
sir.
there's no come back later, just talk to the people at the tax office?
No, you can come back on
Come
the
back here. If you're
17th.
not, if you don't reach resolution with her, then you come back to us on the 17th.
Can I get,
I'm not satisfied with-
is there any way to get closer to the top of the list than 29 since I've been here half a day?
That's something to take up with her.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Hunt,
Where your comps? Your comps.
Absolutely.
Hello, my name's Philip Hunt, 201 Lee Lane in Henderson. And thank you. Just wanted to see about getting the, I hear y'all keep talking about the comps. I didn't bring any comps. Is there a specific place you go to look at comps?
Pull you up.
case 44. And you said 201 Lee Lane?
Yes.
Okay. Is this land or land and house?
It's two parcels. One has a home and one of them has a mobile home and the other one is just a wooded lot.
So what you're appealing today,
It's both.
I'm appealing both of them.
Okay, let's look at them one at a time. Let's look at Lee Lane, 201 Lee Lane.
case 44.
That's case number 44.
All right, yeah, it's a early 80s model mobile home that it just had some work done to it. I guess, I don't know, maybe 20, 22 years ago, had some work done to it, but it's still a mobile home, sits on a mobile home frame. And just feel like the value of it's not worth what a mobile home is worth.
Okay, Ms. Williams, it's the property on the tax card, does it say manufactured or
It shows it's a double wide.
okay, so it does show manufactured on the tax card.
Yes.
They used it, the fact that it is a manufactured home to complete their assessment. So that was looked at from that perspective. If there was a condition about the property, do you feel like that could affect the value of the property? You were supposed to notify them of that. So did you notify them of any?
The first letter I turned in, I wrote down as far as the property, the wooded lot, which is the other one. That ain't what we're talking about here, but I mean, yeah, I did write on it that there was a creek running through it with a big rock on the back side of it. No well, no septic. So I mean, I don't see how.
That's 201 Lee Lane.
No.
So we're looking at only,
I'm not sure if I put anything for 201.
okay,
Okay, so the property on Lee Lane, it's a double wide that
what year?
1986.
That sounds right.
Okay, and so it's in living condition. The condition of it's good enough that somebody's living in it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's shown as a quality level C on the appraisal. This is a double wide?
You have a picture of it?
Okay. So the total value is 87,771. And you're thinking it ought to be worth 32,000?
I think I put 30 for 35 on it.
32.
32 is what we're showing.
Okay.
Um,
That's what it appraised at when I purchased the property. I thought mobile homes went down, not up.
You purchased it in 1998
Yeah.
for 35,000. They haven't gone down. Not at all.
Gross value factor.
I didn't
went
say
up.
gone down. I didn't think
Well, just be-
manufactured homes increased in value like stick-built houses do.
There are houses in some neighborhoods that are now double wides are selling for $200,000 to $300,000.
Yeah, but they're not 1986.
I understand that, but the you know,
Mostly they would depreciate if it was considered personal property and not real property.
Mm.
But since it's real property, it would appreciate just like other real property would.
I think they've got you depreciated at about 52%.
Yes.
So that's, I mean,
Does she have a C or a C minus?
We have it as a C, but we did a manual depreciation of 52%, but based on condition.
okay. So I mean, I can't see any justification if you don't have any appraisal or anything to support that.
Okay, and,
If something was already, like, every 8 years, you got to reevaluate something. If it was already evaluated, say, I'm trying to put it, it would be hard to compare that to something because there's not really much of that around, that I've seen.
Yeah.
I hadn't been online doing a search for it.
so was any comparables submitted for the 201 Lee Lane?
No.
Okay. But you did present pictures to her, did you?
I didn't.
Okay.
We just pulled the
I
pictures
had a
that.
letter that you could write on the bottom of the piece of paper. And then like 2 weeks, 10 days later, I got the letter to come up here. That was it.
The only thing we did was we pulled pictures from when Vance Evaluations took pictures, and that's really all that's all we had.
So has anything changed between,
There's no heat or air. It's wind to air unit, just regular, like a plug-in electrical heater.
okay, so, then what is the pleasure of the board?
Yeah, there was a comparable in Barker Road that sold for 95,000 in 10 of 23. There was another one on Barham Road that sold for $150,000. So I mean, that's the two comps within that time period that are valid comps. So I mean, I really, unless you've got some comparables that are different, I don't see. I mean, I would make a motion that we retain the assessor's recommendation of 87,771.
We have a motion, is there a second?
She want him to come back. She said, let him come back, let him get some information and come back. That's what.
Are you going to be able to get any appraisal or any comps?
Yeah. You get it straight off the county website, the comp. Where do you go to?
He
get
don't
the
know
comp?
how to do it.
Speak to.
Well, the tax office, let the tax office assist you with it then.
That's right.
Let her help you with the comps. They can access the comps.
That's right.
And so why don't you go speak with them? Take some time, sit down with them and let them walk you through it. And, they'll give you some help on that.
That for the piece of land also?
Yes, you can do that as well.
So you don't have any comparables for that today either, right? Okay. Yeah, do that, and then if you can come to a resolution there, if not, you can come back on the 17th.
Okay, that's the last one we have on, the appeals docket for today. Is there any motions on the floor?
Motion to adjourn.
Number 30.
Let's,
Oh, consent agenda.
Did you all do number 30?
She said number 30.
Call us and,
okay, is there any motions on the floor as it relates to the consent agenda?
She said something about number
We didn't, number 30, we didn't deal with.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
so number 30,
46. Y'all clock 46.
hello,
No, we didn't.
Allah Habib,
Okay,
did they get a notice? I know I butchered his name, I'm sorry about that, but.
Yes, yes,
So they did get a notice, so they knew to be here today.
yes,
Did you get any, calls, related to them not being able to make it?
no.
Okay, so what is the board's pleasure as it relates to number 30?
the tax office has made a recommendation to change the value from 228 to 310 to 218,802 based on a change in grade from C to C minus. I'll move to do that.
So we're going up again.
It's going to get down by $10,000 or
Okay.
$9,500.
So is there any motion?
No
You
second.
made the motion. I said second.
Yeah.
Second, okay, the motion has been made, properly second vote. By saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it.
And number 46, did you call that one?
Number 46, did we do that one?
Number 46 is Hattie Chalkman. That's Angela Williams' mother who's deceased. She also owns Triple T Investments, and I think she assumed that that was part of her 14 that was to be discussed in the tax office.
So that would be continued?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. So moved. So approved. Okay, we've gone through, the agenda for the day of those that appealed and was listed today. We've gone through the consent agenda. Is there any other business before the Board of E&R today?
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn in second. So we adjourn for the day. We will resume on, June the 17th.